Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Read Harry. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry met Newt Scamander at age 7 and became a master Magizoologist before first year. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Niffler in the Gutter. The rain came down in sheets across Little Whinging, turning the neat suburban streets into rivers of grey water that rushed along gutters and pooled in every dip and crack of the pavement. It was the kind of rain that sensible people avoided, the kind that sent the residents of Privet Drive scurrying indoors with their shopping bags held over their heads, tooting about the weather as they slammed their doors against the damp. Harry Potter was not indoors. He was running. His trainers, 2 sizes too big, hand-me-downs from Dudley that had been worn nearly through at the soles, slapped against the wet concrete as he pelted down Magnolia Crescent. The rain had soaked through his oversized shirt within the first minute, plastering it to his thin frame, and his glasses were so streaked with water that he could barely see where he was going. Not that he needed to see. He knew these streets by heart. Every alley, every gap in the hedges, every garden wall low enough to vault over. For years of running from Dudley and his gang had given Harry an education in the geography of Little Whinging that no map could match. Behind him, he could hear them. 3 sets of footsteps, heavier than his, splashing through puddles with the confident rhythm of predators who knew they'd catch their prey eventually. "Give it up, Potter." Dudley's voice cut through the rain, already breathless despite the chase only lasting 2 streets. "You can't run forever." Harry saved his breath for running. He cut left down a narrow passage between 2 houses, his shoulder scraping against the fence as he squeezed through. The passage opened onto Wisteria Walk, and he sprinted across it without looking, trusting luck and speed to get him across before anyone spotted him. He'd made it to the far side when his foot caught on something, a raised crack in the pavement, invisible under the rushing water, and he went down hard. His palms hit the concrete first, the skin shredding against the rough surface, and then his knees, and then he was rolling, tumbling into the gutter where the water was ankle-deep and shockingly cold. Pain lanced through his hands. Harry bit down on his lip to keep from crying out and forced himself up, staggering into the nearest alley. This one was darker than the others, narrower, dead-ending at a brick wall covered in dying ivy. A mistake. He'd taken a wrong turn somewhere, let the pain and the rain and the panic override his mental map. He could hear them getting closer. Harry pressed himself against the wall, trying to make himself small, trying to disappear the way he sometimes did when Uncle Vernon was in one of his moods. The rain drummed against the bins lined up along one side of the alley, a steady percussion that almost drowned out the approaching footsteps. "Almost." "Saw him go down this way," Pierre's voice echoed off the walls. "There's no way out. We've got him." Harry closed his eyes. His hands were throbbing, blood mixing with rainwater and dripping from his fingertips. His ribs ached from the fall. And somewhere deep in his chest, in that place he tried never to look at too closely, something hot and desperate was stirring. "Please," he thought. "Please, I don't want them to find me. Please let me be invisible, let them not see me, please." A sound cut through the rain. It wasn't human. It was high-pitched, desperate, a squeal of pure terror that seemed to come from somewhere near his feet. Harry's eyes snapped open, and he looked down. There, huddled against the base of a bin, was the strangest creature he had ever seen. It was about the size of a large rat, but that was where any resemblance to ordinary animals ended. Its body was covered in sleek black fur, and its face was something between a mole and a platypus, with a long, flat snout and small, dark eyes that glittered with panic. Its front paws had long, clever-looking digits that were currently wrapped around something shiny, a silver button, Harry thought, though it was hard to tell in the dim light, and one of its back legs was twisted at an angle that made Harry's stomach turn. The creature was shaking violently, its whole body trembling with fear, and those dark eyes were fixed on Harry with an expression he recognized all too well. "Please don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me. Please." Harry didn't think. He simply dropped to his knees in the rushing water, ignoring the fresh bolt of pain from his scraped palms, and reached out slowly, so slowly, toward the impossible thing in front of him. "Hey," he whispered. "It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you." The creature flinched, pressing itself further back against the bin. Its squealing had stopped, but its terror was radiating off it in waves that Harry could somehow feel, like heat from a fire or cold from an open window. He could sense it, he realized with a distant sort of wonder. The creature's fear wasn't just visible, it was tangible, pressing against his mind like a physical force. And just as he could feel its fear, he realized he could push something back. Not words, he wasn't talking to it, not really, but feelings. Calm. Safety. "I won't hurt you. You're safe. I'm like you." That last thought surprised him, but it felt true as soon as he thought it. He was like this creature. Small. Frightened. Hunted. Hiding in an alley, hoping not to be found. The creature's trembling slowed. Its dark eyes, which had been wild with panic, began to focus on Harry's face. Slowly, so slowly, it uncurled from its defensive ball, though it kept its injured leg carefully lifted off the wet ground. Its long snout twitched, sniffing the air, and Harry felt something shift in the emotional current between them. Curiosity. Cautious hope. "You feel different," the creature seemed to say, though no words passed between them. "You feel safe." "I know," Harry whispered. "I know how it feels. Being scared all the time." He held out his hand, palm up, letting the rain wash the blood from his scraped skin. The creature watched him for a long moment, then made a decision. It hobbled forward on 3 legs, dragging its injured forth, and pressed its cool, wet snout against Harry's fingertips. The contact was electric. Something flowed between them, not words, not quite thoughts, but something deeper. Harry saw flashes of image and sensation, a warm, dark space filled with wonders, a sudden jolt, a fall, rolling through grass and then concrete, pain, fear, running on broken legs, and through it all, a desperate longing for home, for safety, for the warm smell of old leather and strange spices and the gentle voice of someone who cared. "Potter. He's back here." Harry's head snapped up. Dudley's massive form was silhouetted at the entrance to the alley, Piers and Dennis crowding behind him. Rain poured off Dudley's bulk, and even in the dim light, Harry could see the cruel smile spreading across his cousin's face. "Thought you could hide from us?" Dudley advanced into the alley, his gang fanning out behind him. "What's that you've got there? A rat?" The creature in Harry's hands went rigid with terror. Its fear slammed into Harry's mind like a wave, and without thinking, he curled his body around it, shielding it from view. "Leave me alone, Dudley." "Or what?" Dudley laughed. "You'll set your pet rat on me?" He was close now, close enough that Harry could smell the chips and chocolate on his breath. Piers and Dennis circled around, cutting off any chance of escape, not that there was anywhere to go. The brick wall rose behind Harry, slick with rain and impossible to climb. "Hand it over," Dudley said, reaching out one meaty hand. "Let's see what the freaks found." "No." The word came out harder than Harry intended. Something was building in his chest, that hot, desperate thing that stirred whenever he was truly scared, whenever he truly needed help. The creature in his hands was shaking again, and Harry could feel its terror like it was his own, could feel its desperate certainty that these large, loud creatures meant death. "I won't let them hurt you," Harry thought, pushing the feeling toward the creature with everything he had. "I promise. I won't let them." "I said hand it." Dudley's hand closed on Harry's shoulder, yanking him forward, and everything happened at once. The hot thing in Harry's chest burst. There was a sound like thunder, impossibly loud in the narrow alley, and a flash of light so bright that Harry saw it through his closed eyelids. He heard screaming, Dudley, Piers, Dennis, all of them, and then something hit him from behind, not painfully but firmly, like a giant hand pushing him flat against the ground. When he opened his eyes, the alley was empty. No, not empty. Dudley and his gang were gone, but someone else was there. An old man stood at the mouth of the alley, rain pouring off the brim of a battered leather hat and soaking into a coat that looked like it had survived several wars and hadn't been particularly well maintained in the interim. He was tall but stooped, as if his spine had gradually surrendered to decades of bending over things at ground level, and his face was a map of wrinkles surrounding eyes that were the pale blue-green of a summer sea. Those eyes were fixed on Harry with an expression of utter astonishment. "Oh my," the old man said softly. His voice was British but with an odd cadence to it, as if he'd spent so long talking to creatures that he'd forgotten the normal rhythms of human speech. "Oh my goodness gracious." Harry scrambled to his feet, the creature still clutched to his chest. His heart was pounding, his hands were bleeding, and he had no idea what had just happened or where Dudley and the others had gone or who this stranger was or, "You spoke to him," the old man said, taking a careful step closer. "Not with words. With your heart. I saw it. I felt it." He shook his head slowly, wonderingly. "Do you have any idea how rare that is, young man?" Harry's mouth opened, but no sound came out. The creature in his arms made a small sound, not frightened now, but something closer to relief, and stretched its long snout toward the old man with what Harry could only describe as recognition. "There you are, you troublesome little thief," the old man murmured, though there was only fondness in his voice. "I've been looking everywhere for you. That's what I get for letting you sniff around a jewelry shop, I suppose." "He's yours." Harry found his voice at last. "What is he? Where did he come from? What happened to?" He stopped, glancing toward the empty alley entrance. "Where did they go? The boys who were chasing me?" The old man's expression shifted, a flicker of something complicated passing across his weathered features. "I may have encouraged them to leave. They seem to be causing you distress. And my friend there." He gestured toward the creature in Harry's arms. "A niffler, by the way. That's what he is. They have an unfortunate attraction to shiny objects and a gift for escaping supposedly secure enclosures." "A niffler," Harry repeated. The word felt strange on his tongue, like a key turning in a lock somewhere deep in his mind. "I've never heard of that." "No," the old man said quietly. "I don't suppose you would have. Not where you've been living." His pale eyes dropped to Harry's oversized clothes, the scrapes on his hands, the way he held himself like someone expecting a blow. "May I ask your name?" "Harry. Harry Potter." He had expected the usual reaction, the flicker of recognition, the glance at his forehead, the sudden shift in demeanor that he'd grown to recognize even though he had no idea what it meant. The few times he'd encountered people who knew that name, they'd acted as if he were someone important, someone famous, and it always made him deeply uncomfortable. But the old man's reaction was different. He went very still, those sea-colored eyes widening slightly, and then he did something Harry wasn't expecting at all. He smiled, a gentle, wondering smile that transformed his wrinkled face into something almost young. "Oh," he said softly. "Oh, I see. That explains quite a lot, actually." He took another step closer, moving slowly, the way Harry had approached the niffler. "My name is Newt. Newt Scamander. And I believe, Harry Potter, that we have rather a lot to talk about." The old man, Newt, insisted on seeing to the niffler's leg before anything else. He'd led Harry out of the alley and down several streets to a small park that Harry knew well, though he'd never seen the section of it that Newt took him to. It was tucked away behind a maintenance shed, invisible from the main paths, and something about it felt different. Safer. The rain still fell, but it seemed softer here, and the sounds of traffic had faded to a distant murmur. "Hold him steady," Newt instructed, producing a worn leather case from somewhere inside his enormous coat. "This will only take a moment, but he won't like it." The niffler, Harry still hadn't asked his name, was watching Newt's movements with obvious wariness, though the terror from before had faded. In its place was a kind of grudging trust, and Harry realized with a start that the creature was picking up on his own feelings. He believed that this strange old man meant no harm, and so the niffler believed it too. "You're very good at that," Newt murmured, not looking up from the splint he was carefully applying to the niffler's twisted leg. The emotional projection. Most beast speakers can receive, but projecting, that takes real power. Real empathy. Beast speaker. Harry frowned. "I don't understand. I wasn't speaking to him. I was just, feeling." "Yes." Newt looked up then, his pale eyes meeting Harry's with an intensity that was startling in such a gentle face. "That's precisely what I mean. You speak to beasts not with language, but with emotion. You feel what they feel. You share yourself with them, and they share themselves with you." He returned his attention to the splint, his long fingers moving with practiced precision. "It's one of the rarest magical gifts in existence. I've only met 3 others in my entire life who possessed it to any significant degree, and none of them were as young as you." Harry's head was spinning. Magical gifts. Beasts. None of this made any sense, and yet, somehow, all of it made perfect sense. The strange things that had always happened around him, the way animals seemed to trust him instinctively, the way he'd once set a snake free at the zoo without understanding how, the way he could sometimes feel what his neighbor's pets were thinking if he concentrated hard enough. "I'm not supposed to talk about magic," he heard himself say. "My aunt and uncle say there's no such thing." Newt's hands paused. When he spoke, his voice was very quiet. "Your aunt and uncle. They would be the Dursleys, yes. Of number 4, Privet Drive?" Harry nodded, a sick feeling growing in his stomach. He shouldn't have said anything. He was always doing this, always letting things slip that got him in trouble. Aunt Petunia would be furious, Uncle Vernon would be worse than furious, and, Harry. Newt's voice was gentle but firm, cutting through the spiral of panic. "I'm going to ask you something, and I need you to tell me the truth. No matter what you've been told, no matter what you're afraid of, I promise you that nothing bad will happen to you because of your answer." He met Harry's eyes steadily. "Where do you sleep at night?" The question was so unexpected that Harry answered before he could think to lie. "In the cupboard. Under the stairs." The silence that followed seemed to stretch for an eternity. Newt's face didn't change, not exactly. But something shifted in his eyes, something that Harry recognized despite never having seen it directed at himself before. It was the same look he'd felt from the niffler when Harry had first reached out to it. The same look he'd given the creature in return. "I see you. I understand. I'm so sorry." "I see," Newt said finally. His voice was perfectly calm, but Harry could feel something roiling beneath the surface, an emotion so powerful and so tightly controlled that it was almost frightening. "I think, perhaps, it's time I met your family." The walk back to Privet Drive was the strangest journey of Harry's life. The rain had slowed to a drizzle, and the evening light was fading toward dusk. Harry carried the niffler inside Newt's coat. "He likes warm, dark spaces," Newt had explained, "and he's already decided you're safe," while Newt walked beside him with his battered case in one hand and an expression that Harry couldn't quite read. As they walked, Newt talked. He told Harry about magic, real magic, not the made-up kind in storybooks. He told him about the wizarding world that existed alongside the ordinary one, hidden by charms and secrecy and the simple fact that most people didn't want to believe in impossible things. He told him about Hogwarts, a school for young witches and wizards, where Harry would receive his letter in 4 years' time. "I attended Hogwarts myself," Newt said, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "A very long time ago now. I was sorted into Hufflepuff House, the house of the loyal and hard-working, though I must admit I was rather better at the loyalty part than the hard-working part, at least where my official studies were concerned." Harry listened with a hunger he hadn't known he possessed. Every word Newt spoke seemed to fill a hole inside him, a gap that he'd never been able to name but had always felt. So the strange things that happened around him weren't freakish or wrong. They were magic. He was magic. He wasn't broken after all. Newt, Harry said carefully, as they turned onto Privet Drive. The things you're telling me, are they why people act strange when they hear my name? The old man's steps slowed. What do you mean? Sometimes people recognize me. On the street, in shops. They stare at me, and they look at my forehead, and they act like I'm somebody important. Harry reached up unconsciously to touch the lightning bolt scar hidden beneath his wet fringe. But I'm not important. I'm just, me. Newt stopped walking entirely. They were standing under a street lamp now, its orange light casting long shadows across the pavement. The niffler shifted inside Newt's coat, making a small sound of inquiry, and Harry felt a pulse of concern that wasn't his own. Harry, Newt said slowly, do you know how you got that scar? Car crash. My parents died in a car crash. That's what Aunt Petunia told me. Something flickered across Newt's face, there and gone so fast that Harry almost missed it. Anger, he thought. Not at him, but at something or someone else. At whatever truth was hidden behind the lie he'd been told. We'll discuss this later, Newt said finally. After I've spoken with your relatives. But Harry, he reached out and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, the touch light but unmistakably warm. I want you to know that whatever happens next, whatever you learn about your past or your parents or that scar, it doesn't change who you are. You are not defined by what was done to you or what was taken from you. You are defined by the choices you make and the creatures you help and the person you choose to become. Harry didn't know what to say. No adult had ever spoken to him like this before, like he mattered, like his future was something worth caring about. Okay, he managed. Newt smiled. Now then. Let's go meet the Dursleys. Number 4, Privet Drive looked exactly as it always did, aggressively normal. The lawn was perfectly trimmed, the car gleamed in the driveway, and the windows glowed with warm light that promised comfort and safety to anyone who didn't know what lay behind them. Harry felt his stomach clench as they approached the front door. Newt, they're not going to like this. They don't like anything that isn't normal, and he gestured helplessly at the old man's battered coat, his ancient leather hat, his general air of being someone from a very different world. You're not exactly normal. No, Newt agreed pleasantly. I'm not. I've never seen the appeal of normal, to be honest. Rather limiting, I've always thought. He reached out and rang the doorbell. Just stay close to me, Harry. And don't be afraid. The door opened. Aunt Petunia stood in the doorway, her long neck craned forward and her thin face already arranging itself into a polite expression for whoever might be calling at this hour. That expression lasted exactly as long as it took for her eyes to land on Harry, soaking wet, standing next to a strange old man, with suspicious bulges moving under the old man's coat. You, she hissed. Where have you been? Do you have any idea what time it is? And who is this? Good evening, Mrs. Dursley. Newt's voice was calm, courteous, and utterly immovable. My name is Newt Scamander. I found your nephew in some distress in an alley about a mile from here. He had been chased there by several larger children who seemed intent on causing him harm. Petunia's face went through several complicated transformations. Chased? I'm sure that's an exaggeration. Boys will be boys, after all, and Harry has always had a tendency to overdramatize. Forgive me, Newt interrupted gently, but I witnessed the incident myself. 3 boys, approximately 12 years of age, cornering a much smaller child in a dead-end alley. In the rain. I believe one of them may have been your son, Dudley. Petunia's mouth opened and closed several times without producing sound. Might I come in? Newt continued, his tone still pleasant. I believe we have several matters to discuss regarding Harry's living situation. And his education. And 1 or 2 other things that you've apparently neglected to mention to him over the past 6 years. For a moment, Harry thought Aunt Petunia might simply slam the door in their faces. Her hand was on the edge of it, her knuckles white with tension, and her eyes had gone flat and hard in a way Harry recognized from his worst days. But then she glanced past Newt, toward the neighboring houses, and Harry understood. She was worried about the neighbors. Worried about what they might think if they saw her refusing entry to an elderly man on her doorstep. "Fine," she said through clenched teeth. "Come in. But this had better not take long." The sitting room of number 4 looked just as it always did, immaculately clean, tastefully decorated, and about as welcoming as a museum exhibit. Uncle Vernon was ensconced in his favorite armchair, his massive bulk threatening to overflow its confines, while Dudley sprawled across the sofa with a video game controller in his hands and an expression of carefully cultivated boredom. Both of them looked up when Petunia led Newt and Harry into the room. Uncle Vernon's face went through the same series of colors that Harry had seen many times before, pink, red, purplish red, and finally settling on a deep mauve that suggested dangerous levels of blood pressure. "What's this, then? Who are you? And why is the boy dripping all over my carpet?" "Mr. Dursley." Newt inclined his head politely, then turned to Dudley. "And young Mr. Dursley, I presume. We've met before, in a manner of speaking, though you may not remember it clearly. The human mind does try to protect itself from things it can't explain." Dudley's bored expression flickered. For just a moment, something like fear crossed his face, a shadow of whatever he'd experienced in that alley before Newt had made him forget. "Now see here," Uncle Vernon heaved himself out of his chair, his face darkening further. "I don't know who you are or what you think you're doing, but you can't just barge into my home and start making accusations." "I haven't made any accusations yet," Newt said mildly. "Though I certainly could, if that's what you'd prefer. I could accuse you of child neglect, for instance. Or child abuse. The distinction is somewhat technical, but either would be sufficient to interest the relevant authorities." He paused, letting the words sink in. "However, I thought you might prefer to have this conversation privately, rather than in front of social workers and police officers and the sort of newspaper reporters who take a keen interest in how famous children are treated by their guardians." The room went very still. Harry felt his heart pounding in his chest. Famous children. There it was again, that suggestion that he was someone important, someone the world cared about. He looked at Aunt Petunia and saw that her face had gone white as chalk. "You're one of them," she whispered. "One of her kind. If by her you mean your sister, Lily, then yes." Newt's voice softened slightly. "I knew her, actually. Not well, but I remember her. She was a remarkable young woman. Kind and brave and fiercely protective of those she loved." He glanced at Harry. "I can see her in you." Something cracked in Harry's chest. His mother. This man had known his mother. He'd thought she was remarkable, kind, brave. "My mother wasn't brave," he heard himself say. The words came out rough, scraping against his throat. "She died in a car crash. She wasn't anything special." The silence that followed was the loudest thing Harry had ever heard. Newt turned to look at him, and Harry saw his own horror reflected in the old man's pale eyes. Then Newt turned back to the Dursleys, and this time, there was nothing gentle about his expression at all. "You told him," Newt said softly, "that Lily Potter died in a car crash." "We told him what we had to tell him." Uncle Vernon had recovered some of his bluster, though his face was still an unhealthy color. "We didn't want him getting ideas. Didn't want him thinking he was special just because his parents were heroes." Newt's voice was quiet, but it cut through the room like a blade. "Is that the word you're looking for? Because that's what James and Lily Potter were. They died fighting against the darkest wizard of our age, protecting their son, protecting Harry, with their very last breaths." He took a step forward, and Harry saw Uncle Vernon shrink back, saw Aunt Petunia's hand rise to her mouth. "Lily Potter didn't die in a car crash, Mr. Dursley. She died standing between her infant son and a monster who wanted to murder him. She gave her life so that Harry could live. And you've been keeping him in a cupboard?" Harry's legs had stopped working properly. He reached out blindly for the nearest surface, the back of an armchair, and held on. His mother hadn't died in a car crash. His mother had died protecting him. His mother had been a hero. Everything the Dursleys had ever told him was a lie. Now you listen here, Uncle Vernon's voice had gone squeaky with fear, all his bluster evaporating under the force of Newt's quiet fury. We took the boy in when we didn't have to. We fed him, clothed him, put a roof over his head. You put a roof over a broom cupboard, Newt said flatly. You clothed him in your son's cast-offs. You fed him whatever was left over after your own child had eaten his fill. And you lied to him about the two people who loved him most in the world. He shook his head slowly. I've spent my life working with dangerous creatures, Mr. Dursley. Dragons. Nundu. Obscurials. But I don't think I've ever encountered anything quite as poisonous as ordinary human cruelty. Uncle Vernon's mouth was opening and closing, but no sound was coming out. Aunt Petunia had sunk onto the arm of the sofa, her face buried in her hands. Dudley was staring at Harry as if seeing him for the first time. And Harry was standing very still, holding onto the armchair with white-knuckled fingers, trying to remember how to breathe. What happens now? He asked. His voice sounded strange to his own ears, flat and distant, like it was coming from somewhere far away. Are you going to take me somewhere else? Newt's expression shifted, the fury draining away to leave something gentler in its wake. I'm afraid that's not quite as simple as I'd like it to be. There are protections on this house. Ancient magic, tied to your mother's sacrifice, that keeps you safe as long as you can call this place home. He sighed. Removing you entirely would undo those protections and put you in danger from forces you're not yet equipped to face. So I have to stay here. Harry's voice was still flat. With them. During the school year, yes. And for part of the summers. Newt moved closer, and Harry felt the niffler shift against his chest inside the borrowed coat, a small warm presence that radiated comfort. But I can offer you something else. Something that might make the staying bearable. Harry looked up, meeting those pale sea-colored eyes. What? An apprenticeship. Newt smiled, a small smile, but genuine. During the holidays, whenever you're not required to be here, you would come and stay with me and my wife. I would teach you about magical creatures, about the wizarding world, about the gift you possess and how to use it. You would travel with me, work with me, learn from me. His smile widened slightly. It's hard work, mind you. Dangerous sometimes. But I suspect you're no stranger to hard or dangerous things. Harry stared at him. The words weren't quite making sense, couldn't quite fit into the shape of his understanding. Someone wanted him. Not because he was famous, not because of whatever happened when he was a baby, but because of something he could do. Because of who he was. You'd really do that? He heard himself ask. Take me in. Teach me. I've been looking for an apprentice for 60 years, Newt said quietly. Someone who understands creatures the way I do. Someone who speaks their language, feels their pain, knows them as friends rather than specimens. He reached out and gently touched the bulge in his coat where the niffler was hidden. This little fellow escaped from my suitcase this afternoon. I was worried sick. He's got a gammy leg, as you know, and a talent for finding trouble. I searched for hours. And then I found him in an alley, huddled against a bruised and frightened boy who had somehow convinced him that he was safe. He met Harry's eyes. I'm 129 years old, Harry Potter. I've traveled to every continent and studied thousands of creatures and written books that changed the way wizards think about the magical world. And I have never, in all that time, seen anything quite like what you did tonight. The niffler chose that moment to poke his long snout out from under Newt's coat. He looked at Harry, and Harry felt a pulse of warmth through their connection, gratitude, affection, and something that felt remarkably like mine. Harry's eyes were stinging. He blinked hard, refusing to let the tears fall. Okay, he whispered. Yes. I want to learn. The arrangements took longer than expected. Aunt Petunia, once she recovered from her initial shock, proved surprisingly cooperative, though Harry suspected that had more to do with getting him out of the house than with any concern for his welfare. Legal documents were produced, Newt seemed to have a talent for making official papers appear out of nowhere, schedules were negotiated, and a list of house rules was established that would govern Harry's time at Privet Drive. No more cupboard. Harry would have Dudley's second bedroom, the one that was currently full of broken toys and discarded electronics. No more skipped meals. No more punishment chores. And no more lying about magic or Harry's parents. These terms are non-negotiable, Newt said pleasantly, watching Uncle Vernon sign the final document. I will be checking in regularly, and I have friends in both the magical and non-magical worlds who will be keeping an eye on things. If I discover that any of these conditions have been violated, they won't be, Aunt Petunia said quickly. She hadn't looked at Harry once since Newt had revealed the truth about his parents. He'll be treated fairly. It wasn't an apology. Harry didn't expect one. But it was something, at least. A line drawn in the sand. A limit to what they could do to him. By the time everything was settled, it was nearly midnight. The rain had finally stopped, and a few stars were visible through the breaking clouds. Harry stood in the doorway of number 4, wearing a set of dry clothes that actually fit. Newt had produced them from somewhere in his coat, with the niffler dozing in his arms. I'll be back in 2 weeks, Newt said, standing on the front path with his battered case in hand. That should give you time to settle into your new room and for your relatives to adjust. When I return, we'll begin your training in earnest. Harry nodded, but he found himself unable to speak. The evening had been too much, the chase, the niffler, the revelations about his parents, the impossible promise of a new life. His mind was full to overflowing, and his throat was tight with emotions he couldn't name. Newt seemed to understand. He simply smiled, tipped his battered hat, and turned to go. Newt? Harry called after him. The old man paused, looking back. The niffler. What's his name? Newt's smile widened. Ah. Well, you see, that's rather the thing about nifflers. They don't have names in the way we think of them. They have identities. Senses of self. And when they bond with a wizard, really bond, the way he's bonded with you, they tend to take on whatever name feels right to that person. He winked. So really, the question is, what do you think his name is? Harry looked down at the creature in his arms. The niffler opened one dark eye sleepily, and Harry felt a pulse of warmth through their connection, trust, contentment, home. Pocket, Harry said. I think his name is Pocket. The niffler made a small sound of approval and burrowed deeper into Harry's arms. Pocket it is, then. Newt's voice was soft with something that might have been pride. Take care of each other, the two of you. And Harry, he paused, his pale eyes meeting Harry's one final time. You're going to be extraordinary. Not because of that scar. Because of your heart. Then he turned and walked down the street, his long coat flapping in the night breeze, and Harry watched him go until he reached the corner and, with a soft crack that might have been a trick of the wind, vanished into the darkness. Harry's new room was smaller than Dudley's main bedroom, but it was approximately 10 times larger than the cupboard under the stairs. He stood in the doorway for a long moment, just looking at it. There was a bed, an actual bed, with a mattress and blankets and pillows. There was a window that looked out onto the back garden. There was a desk and a chair and a wardrobe with actual hangers inside, even though Harry didn't have enough clothes to fill even a fraction of it. It was the most beautiful room he had ever seen. Pocket wriggled in his arms, and Harry felt a pulse of curiosity through their bond. He crossed to the bed and sat down carefully, hardly daring to believe that it was really his, that he was really allowed to use it. What do you think? He asked the niffler. Better than a cupboard? Pocket sniffed the pillows experimentally, then began rearranging them into something resembling a nest. When he was satisfied, he curled up in the center of the arrangement and looked at Harry expectantly. Harry laughed, actually laughed, the sound surprising him with its unfamiliarity. When was the last time he had laughed? "Fine," he said, kicking off his shoes and climbing onto the bed beside the niffler. "But this is temporary, you know. Newt said I'll be training with him soon. Learning about magical creatures. Traveling to," he paused, hardly able to believe the words coming out of his own mouth. "Traveling to places I've never even heard of." Pocket made a contented sound and pressed his cool snout against Harry's hand. "Home," the creature seemed to say. "Safe. Mine." Harry closed his eyes. He thought about his parents, not the faceless ghosts from his imagination, but real people now. A mother who had been kind and brave and fiercely protective. A father who had fought against evil. Heroes who had died to save him. He thought about Newt, an old man in a battered coat who had seen something valuable in a scraped-up kid in an alley, who had offered him a chance at a life he'd never dared to dream of. He thought about the magical world that was waiting for him, creatures and wonders and adventures beyond anything he could imagine. And for the first time in his life, Harry Potter fell asleep with a smile on his face. 2 weeks later, on a grey morning that threatened rain, Newt Scamander returned to Privet Drive. Harry was waiting for him on the front step, a small rucksack at his feet containing the few possessions he'd accumulated over the past 14 days. New clothes, Newt had sent them by Owl, which had nearly given Aunt Petunia a heart attack. A notebook and pencil for taking notes. A worn copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them that Harry had read cover to cover at least 4 times. And Pocket, of course, who was currently riding in the front pocket of Harry's new coat, his long snout poking out just far enough to sniff the morning air. "Ready?" Newt asked, appearing at the gate with his battered case and that familiar small smile. Harry stood up. He didn't look back at the house behind him, didn't say goodbye to the relatives who were watching from the window with expressions of mixed relief and unease. "Ready," he said. Newt extended his hand. Harry took it. And the world twisted around them, compressing and stretching and folding in on itself, and when Harry opened his eyes again, number 4 Privet Drive was gone. They were standing in a meadow. The sky above them was a brilliant blue, unscarred by the grey clouds of Little Whinging, and the grass beneath their feet was thick and soft and buzzing with insects that Harry was fairly certain didn't exist in any normal ecosystem. In the distance, rolling hills stretched toward a horizon that seemed impossibly far away. "Welcome," Newt said, releasing Harry's hand, "to my suitcase." Harry stared at him. "Your, what?" "My suitcase." Newt gestured to the battered leather case that was now sitting at his feet. "It's rather larger on the inside than it appears on the outside. I've spent the better part of a century building it out, adding new habitats, expanding existing ones. At last count, it contained approximately 247 distinct ecosystems capable of supporting 1,700 different species of magical creature." He paused thoughtfully. "Though I may have miscounted. It's gotten rather complicated." Harry looked around the meadow again. Now that he was paying attention, he could see details that didn't quite fit, the way the hills seemed to curve at the edges, the artificial quality of the light, the distant shimmer of what might have been walls or barriers at the very edge of his vision. "This is all inside your suitcase," he said slowly. "All of this. And much more besides." Newt began walking toward a structure that Harry hadn't noticed before, a ramshackle wooden cabin nestled against the base of the nearest hill. "Come along. I believe my wife is preparing breakfast, and she's been very keen to meet you." Harry followed, his mind reeling. Inside the suitcase. He was inside a suitcase. And this was going to be his life now, learning from a man who kept entire worlds in his luggage, surrounded by creatures that most people had never even heard of. It was terrifying. It was impossible. It was the most wonderful thing that had ever happened to him. Tina Scamander was not what Harry had expected. He wasn't sure what he had expected, really, perhaps a female version of Newt, elderly and gentle and slightly scattered. What he got instead was a woman who, despite her advanced age, radiated the kind of energy that suggested she could probably still take down most people half her age if she needed to. "So you're Harry Potter," she said, fixing him with sharp dark eyes that seemed to see straight through him. Her accent was American, and there was something in her voice that reminded Harry of steel wrapped in velvet. "Newt's told me a lot about you." "Only good things," Newt assured him, settling into a chair at the cabin's rough-hewn kitchen table. "Mostly. He said you have a gift," Tina continued, ignoring her husband. "A real one. Not like those charlatans who claim they can talk to animals but really just know a few tricks." She leaned forward, studying Harry's face. "He said you calmed a terrified niffler just by being near it. That you formed a bond with it in minutes that should have taken months to develop. Is that true?" Harry glanced at Pocket, who had poked his head out of the coat pocket and was sniffing the air with interest. "I don't really know what I did. I just felt what he was feeling. And I wanted him to know he was safe. So I sort of pushed that feeling at him." Tina exchanged a glance with Newt. "Show don't tell empathic projection," she murmured. "At 7 years old. No training." "Extraordinary," Newt agreed quietly. "I told you." Harry shifted uncomfortably. "Is that rare? What I can do?" "Rare?" Tina laughed, a short, sharp sound. "Kid, most wizards spend their whole lives studying magical creatures and never develop more than a surface understanding. The ability to actually communicate with them on an emotional level, to form real, two-way bonds," she shook her head. "Newt can do it, to some extent. I've seen maybe 3 or 4 others who had any talent for it at all. What you've got. That's something special. Which is why," Newt interjected gently, "we're going to train you properly. Teach you how to control your gift, how to strengthen it, how to use it safely." He met Harry's eyes. "And also teach you about the creatures themselves. Their behaviors, their needs, their languages. You can feel what they feel, Harry, but that's only the beginning. To truly help them, you need to understand them." Harry nodded slowly. It made sense, put like that. Having a gift wasn't enough on its own. He had to learn how to use it. "Where do we start?" he asked. Newt smiled. "I thought you'd never ask." The first lesson began immediately after breakfast. Newt led Harry out of the cabin and into a section of the suitcase that looked nothing like the meadow they'd arrived in. Here, the landscape was rocky and barren, with pools of steaming water scattered across an expanse of grey stone. The air was thick with sulfur and heat, and something large was moving in the middle distance. "Graphorns," Newt explained, stopping at a safe distance. "Extremely dangerous. Their hide is tougher than dragon skin, and those horns can pierce solid steel." He glanced at Harry. "They're also deeply misunderstood. Most wizards think they're aggressive, but really they're just protective. Fiercely, violently protective of their young." Harry watched as the massive creature came into clearer view. It was enormous, easily the size of a car, with a humped back and a face that bristled with tentacles and horns. Even from this distance, Harry could feel something from it, a kind of wary alertness, a readiness to fight. "What do I do?" he asked. "Nothing, for now." Newt's voice was calm. "Just observe. Feel. Get used to the particular flavor of their emotions. Every species is different, you see. Nifflers feel quick and sharp, all instinct and impulse. Graphorns are slower, deeper. More like the earth itself." Harry closed his eyes and reached out with that inner sense he was only beginning to understand. At first, there was nothing, just the heat of the air and the distant rumble of the creature's movements. But then, slowly, he began to feel it. A vast, ancient presence, like a mountain that had somehow learned to think. The Graphorn's emotions weren't quick or sharp at all. They were slow and heavy, grinding along like tectonic plates. Suspicion, Harry realized. Watchfulness. A mother's vigilance. She has young, he murmured, opening his eyes. Hidden somewhere nearby. She knows we're here, and she's ready to fight if she has to. When he looked at Newt, the old man's eyes were bright with something that might have been tears. Yes, Newt whispered. Yes, that's exactly right. The days that followed blurred together into a haze of wonder and exhaustion and learning. Harry met creatures he'd never imagined could exist. Bowtruckles, tiny, bark-colored beings that lived in wandwood trees and could pick any lock ever devised. Alchemies, silver serpentine creatures that grew or shrank to fit whatever container they found themselves in. Mooncalves, shy, bulbous-eyed beings that danced under the full moon and produced dung that could make any plant grow twice as fast. And more. So many more. Each species was different, each with its own emotional signature that Harry learned to recognize. Newt would introduce him to a new creature, explain its basic nature, and then stand back and let Harry reach out with his gift to discover the rest for himself. Books can tell you facts, Newt explained one evening, as they sat together in the cabin going over Harry's notes. Behaviors, habitats, dietary requirements. Important information, certainly. But they can't tell you what it feels like to be a Kneazle. The particular texture of a Thunderbird's pride. The deep, ancient loneliness of a runespore who's outlived all its companions. He tapped the notebook with one long finger. That knowledge can only come from connection. From empathy. From the gift you were born with. Why me, though? Harry asked. It was a question that had been bothering him for days. Why do I have this gift? Is it something I inherited? Something to do with what happened when I was a baby? Newt was quiet for a long moment. Honestly, he said at last, I don't know. Empathic abilities like yours are rare enough that there's very little research on where they come from. Some think it's genetic, there are families, ancient pure-blood lines, where the gift occasionally appears. Others believe it's experiential, that certain kinds of trauma or joy or love can awaken dormant magical talents. He paused. Your parents were both exceptionally powerful magical people, and what they did for you, the sacrifice your mother made, it's possible that left its mark on you in ways we don't fully understand. Harry thought about that. About his mother standing between him and death, giving everything she had to protect him. Had her love somehow shaped him, awakened something inside him? It was a nicer explanation than anything the Dursleys had ever offered. They'd always acted like Harry's strangeness was a flaw, something broken in him that needed to be stamped out. But maybe it wasn't a flaw at all. Maybe it was a gift. His mother's gift. I'm going to learn everything I can, Harry said quietly. About creatures, about magic, about all of it. And I'm going to use what I learned to help them. The creatures who are scared and hurt and misunderstood. He met Newt's eyes. Like you've been doing your whole life. Newt smiled, that small, gentle smile that Harry was beginning to recognize as the old man's highest form of approval. I believe you will, he said. I truly do. 3 days before the end of Harry's first visit, something unexpected happened. He was in the forest section of the suitcase, a dense, twilight woodland that Newt had designed to house various tree-dwelling creatures, when he heard it. A sound that didn't belong. Not an animal cry or the rustle of leaves, but something sharper. More artificial. Voices. Human voices. Harry froze, pressing himself against the trunk of a massive oak. Pocket, who was riding in his pocket as usual, went still too, his dark eyes alert. Danger? The niffler's emotions asked. I don't know, Harry pushed back. Stay quiet. The voices were getting closer. 2 people, Harry thought, maybe 3. They were arguing about something, a creature, some kind of delivery, a deadline that was approaching. Told him the Scamander place was too risky, one voice was saying. It was male, rough and impatient. Old man's got more security than Gringotts. And I told you to shut up and follow orders. This voice was female, cold and cultured. The buyer wants what the buyer wants. If there's a genuine article here, we take it. If not, we report back and move on. Harry's heart was pounding. Buyer. Security. These weren't visitors, they were intruders. Thieves. Or worse. He knew he should go find Newt. Should raise the alarm, let the adults handle it. But the voices were moving deeper into the forest, away from the cabin, and if Harry left to get help they might find whatever they were looking for before he got back. Moving as silently as he could, Harry began to follow them. There were 3 of them. 2 men and a woman, all dressed in dark robes that seemed designed to blend into shadows. They were picking their way through the forest with the careful movements of people who knew how to avoid setting off alarms, and they were heading toward a section of the suitcase that Harry hadn't visited yet. He followed at a distance, using every bit of stealth he developed during his years of avoiding Dudley. The forest floor was soft with moss and fallen leaves, muffling his footsteps, and the twilight gloom provided plenty of cover. The intruders stopped at the edge of a clearing. Harry crept closer, close enough to hear their conversation but still hidden behind the thick trunk of an ancient yew. There, the woman said, pointing. That's what he wants. Harry looked. In the center of the clearing was a structure he'd never seen before, a crystalline enclosure that seemed to contain its own miniature storm. Lightning flickered inside it, and at the heart of the tempest was a creature that made Harry's breath catch in his throat. It was a bird. But not like any bird he'd ever seen. Its feathers were the color of sunset and lightning, shifting between gold and electric blue, and even from this distance Harry could feel the power radiating off it. Ancient. Fierce. Proud. Thunderbird, something whispered in Harry's mind. He didn't know how he knew, but he was certain. Beautiful, one of the men murmured. And valuable. Do you know what collectors pay for Thunderbird feathers? Let alone a whole specimen. We're not here for feathers, the woman snapped. We're here to scout. Mark the location, assess the defenses, report back. The collector doesn't pay for damaged goods. The collector. Harry filed the name away, a cold knot forming in his stomach. And if the old man catches us? The second man asked. The woman's laugh was not pleasant. Then we deal with the old man. He's what, 130? Even Newt Scamander has limits. Something hot flared in Harry's chest. These people were planning to hurt Newt. To steal from him. To take that beautiful, powerful creature and sell it to someone who would probably cage it or kill it or worse. He should run. Should get help. Should. The woman's head snapped around, and for one terrible moment, Harry was sure she was looking directly at him. Did you hear that? She demanded. The 2 men drew their wands. Harry held his breath. Probably just an animal, one of the men said after a long pause. Place is full of them. Check anyway. The man started moving toward Harry's hiding place. Harry's mind raced. He couldn't fight. He was 7 years old and didn't even have a wand. He couldn't run, they'd hear him for sure. The only thing he could think to do was, help me. The thought went out without conscious intention, pushed toward every creature within range of his gift. It was desperate and wordless and probably pointless, but it was all he had. The forest exploded. A bowtruckle dropped from the tree above, landing on the approaching man's face and immediately going for his eyes. Something large and heavy crashed through the undergrowth from the left, making the woman spin with her wand raised. A chorus of shrieks and howls and roars erupted from every direction at once, and Harry watched in amazement as the 3 intruders found themselves surrounded by a dozen different species, all of them clearly intent on defending their home. What is this? The woman screamed, trying to curse a Kneazle that was clawing at her robes. Harry didn't wait to see more. He turned and ran, faster than he'd ever run from Dudley, crashing through the forest toward the cabin, toward Newt, toward safety. He burst out of the tree line just as Newt and Tina emerged from the cabin, wands drawn and expressions alert. Intruders. Harry gasped, skidding to a halt. In the forest, 3 of them, they were looking at the Thunderbird. They said something about a collector. Newt's face went very still. Tina. Already on it. Tina moved past Harry toward the forest, her wand crackling with barely contained energy. Stay with the boy. She disappeared into the trees. Newt knelt down, bringing himself to Harry's eye level. Are you hurt? No, Harry shook his head. They didn't see me. I don't think. But they were going to. They said they might have to deal with you if you caught them. Yes, I expect they might. Newt's voice was calm, but there was something in his eyes that Harry hadn't seen before. Steel beneath the gentleness. You did well, Harry. Coming to find me. Not trying to handle it yourself. I didn't just come to find you. Harry's hands were shaking, he realized. The adrenaline was catching up to him. I called for help. With my gift. And the creatures came. They attacked the intruders. Drove them back. Newt went very still. You called them, he repeated slowly. And they came. Yes. The old man was quiet for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, he began to laugh. Oh, Harry, he said, shaking his head in wonder. You really are going to be extraordinary. The intruders were gone by the time Tina reached the clearing. They'd left in a hurry, apparently. Scorch marks and blood and discarded equipment littered the forest floor. Tina tracked their trail to the edge of the suitcase, where they'd somehow managed to breach the boundaries and escape into the outside world. Professional smugglers, she reported later, as the 3 of them sat around the cabin table. Well equipped, well trained. This wasn't opportunistic, they knew exactly what they were looking for and where to find it. The collector, Harry said. That's what they called their buyer. The collector. Newt and Tina exchanged a look. We've heard that name before, Newt said quietly. Whispers in the creature underground. Someone with deep pockets and no scruples, buying up rare and dangerous magical creatures. No one knows who they are or what they want the creatures for. But they know where you keep your Thunderbird, Tina added grimly. Which means they have intelligence sources. Good ones. Harry felt cold despite the warmth of the cabin. Are they going to come back? Possibly. Newt reached across the table and squeezed Harry's shoulder gently. But that's not your concern right now. You're a child, and your job is to learn and grow and stay safe. Protecting this place, that's our responsibility. But I helped tonight, Harry protested. The creatures listened to me. I called them and they came. Yes, you did. Newt's eyes were serious. And that's exactly why you need to be careful, Harry. Your gift is powerful, but power attracts attention. The wrong kind of attention, from the wrong kind of people. He leaned back. This collector, whoever they are, they're looking for creatures. But if they learn about a boy who can command creatures, that might interest them even more. Harry's mouth went dry. I won't tell anyone, he said. About what I can do. That's wise. Tina's voice was softer than usual. At least until you're old enough to protect yourself. Newt and I will teach you everything we can, but there are limits to what a child can learn. She smiled slightly. Even an extraordinary one. The last night of Harry's first visit, he couldn't sleep. He lay in the small bed that Newt and Tina had set up for him in the cabin's spare room, staring at the ceiling and listening to the distant sounds of the creatures in their various habitats. Pocket was curled up on the pillow beside him, snoring softly. So much had changed in just 2 weeks. He'd learned about his parents, really learned, not the lies the Dursleys had told. He'd discovered a gift he hadn't known he possessed. He'd entered a world of magic and wonder and danger that most people never even suspected existed. And he'd made his first real enemies. Harry turned that thought over in his mind, examining it from different angles. The collector. The smugglers. People who wanted to hurt Newt, to steal his creatures, to use Harry's gift for their own purposes. It should have been terrifying. And it was, partly. But there was something else underneath the fear. Something harder, stronger. I won't let them, Harry thought. I won't let them hurt the creatures. I won't let them hurt Newt and Tina. I'll learn everything I can learn, I'll get stronger, and when they come back, he stopped, surprised at himself. When had he started thinking like this? The Harry who had lived in the cupboard under the stairs, who had run from Dudley and hidden from Uncle Vernon, that Harry would never have imagined standing up to anyone. But that Harry had never had anything worth fighting for. Now he did. Harry closed his eyes, and this time sleep came easily. The morning arrived too soon. Harry stood at the entrance to the suitcase, his rucksack on his back and pocket in his pocket, watching Newt make the final preparations for their journey back to Little Whinging. The meadow stretched out behind him, beautiful and impossible and full of creatures who had become something like friends. I don't want to go back, Harry said quietly. It wasn't a complaint, just a statement of fact. I know. Newt straightened up, his battered case in hand. And I wish you didn't have to. But the protections on your aunt's house are important, Harry. They'll keep you safe from threats far worse than the ones we've encountered here. What threats? Newt hesitated. It was the first time Harry had seen the old man uncertain. There's something I haven't told you, Newt said finally. About what happened when you were a baby. About why people recognize your name and look at your scar. He knelt down, meeting Harry's eyes. You deserve to know the truth, and I promise I'll tell you, everything. But not today. Not when you're about to go back to a place that makes you unhappy. Let's wait until your next visit, when we have time to talk properly. Harry wanted to argue. The need to know was burning inside him, almost as strong as the fear of what he might learn. But he trusted Newt. More than he'd ever trusted anyone. Okay, he said. Next visit. Newt smiled and stood up. Until then, practice the exercises we worked on. Try to strengthen your connection with Pocket. The bond between you two is remarkable, but it can grow deeper with work. And Harry, his expression grew serious. Remember what I said about keeping your gift private. The magical world is full of people who would try to use you if they knew what you could do. I remember. Good. Newt extended his hand. Then let's get you home. Such as it is. Harry took the offered hand, and the world twisted around them once more. Number 4, Privet Drive was exactly as ugly and normal and oppressive as Harry remembered. He stood on the pavement outside, watching Newt walk back toward the main road. The old man had stayed only long enough to check that Harry's room was still in order and that the Dursleys hadn't forgotten their promises. They hadn't, though Aunt Petunia's face had gone through some impressive color changes during Newt's brief inspection. 2 weeks, Newt called back, raising a hand in farewell. I'll be back in 2 weeks, and we'll continue your training. I'll be ready, Harry promised. Newt smiled, tipped his hat, and with that soft crack that Harry now recognized as apparition, vanished. Harry stood there for a long moment, looking at the spot where Newt had been. Then he turned and walked into the house. The Dursleys ignored him for the rest of the day. That was fine. Harry spent the afternoon in his new room, unpacking his rucksack and setting up the space exactly the way he wanted it. He put his copy of Fantastic Beasts on the small desk, placed his notebook beside it, and carefully arranged a nest of soft material in one corner for Pocket to sleep in. When he was finished, he sat on the bed and looked around at what he'd created. It wasn't much. 4 bare walls, a window, some basic furniture. To most people, it would have looked pathetic, the room of a child who owned almost nothing. But to Harry, it was everything. A place that was his. A life that was beginning to make sense. A future full of wonder and danger and creatures that needed him. He reached into his pocket and lifted out Pocket, setting the niffler on the bed beside him. The small creature looked up at him with those dark, knowing eyes, and Harry felt the familiar pulse of warmth through their bond. Home, Pocket seemed to say. Safe. Together. Yeah, Harry agreed softly. Together. Outside the window, the sun was setting over Little Whinging, painting the sky in shades of gold and pink. In 2 weeks, Newt would return, and Harry's training would continue. He'd learn more about creatures, more about magic, more about the gift that made him special. And somewhere out there, in the shadows, the collector was waiting. Harry didn't know what was coming. Didn't know what challenges he'd face, what enemies he'd have to fight, what secrets he'd uncover about his parents and his past. But for the first time in his life, he wasn't afraid. He had a purpose now. He had people who cared about him. He had a gift that could help creatures who couldn't help themselves. He had a future. And he was ready to fight for it. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Feathers and Lightning. The desert stretched endless beneath them, rust-red sand rippling like frozen waves toward a horizon that shimmered with heat. Harry pressed his face against the window of the rattling truck, watching the landscape blur past in streaks of orange and brown, and tried to convince himself this was really happening. Arizona. He was in Arizona. 3 days ago, he'd been in Little Whinging, enduring Aunt Petunia's thin-lipped silence and Dudley's sullen glares. Now he was bouncing along a dirt road in the American Southwest, wedged between Newt Scamander and a leather-faced wizard named Coyote Jim who smelled like sage smoke and hadn't stopped talking since they'd left the Portkey arrival point in Flagstaff. "Telling you, Scamander, this ain't like anything we've dealt with before," Jim was saying, one gnarled hand steady on the steering wheel while the other gestured expansively. "She came in 3 weeks ago, already in bad shape. Traumatized. Wouldn't let anyone near her. Killed 2 handlers who tried to sedate her, and those boys knew what they were doing." "How did she arrive?" Newt asked. His voice was calm, but Harry could see the tension in the old man's shoulders. "Smugglers. Border Patrol caught them trying to move her through a hidden crossing near Nogales. When the Aurors moved in, the smugglers just abandoned her. Left her chained in a cargo container with suppression wards so strong it's a miracle she survived." Jim spat out the window, his weathered face twisted with disgust. "Chinese fireball. Young female. And she's pregnant." Harry felt Pocket stir in his coat pocket, responding to his spike of anger. A pregnant dragon, chained and abandoned. Left to die. "The poachers," Harry said quietly. "Did they catch them?" Jim glanced down at him, something like approval flickering in his dark eyes. "Some of them. The ones who didn't apparate fast enough. But the ones calling the shots? Gone like smoke." He turned back to the road. Word is they were working for someone with deep pockets. Someone who wanted a fireball specifically. "The collector," Newt murmured. Jim's hands tightened on the wheel. "That name's been coming up a lot lately. Too much. Whatever's going on, Scamander, it's bigger than a few smugglers trying to make a quick galleon." The sanctuary appeared out of nowhere. One moment they were driving through empty desert, the next the air shimmered and parted like a curtain, revealing a sprawling complex of buildings and enclosures that stretched across several acres of transformed landscape. Where the desert outside was dry and barren, the sanctuary grounds were impossibly green, dotted with trees and ponds and structures that seemed to have been designed by someone who'd never heard of right angles. "Welcome to the Southwest Magical Creature Sanctuary," Jim announced, pulling the truck to a stop near a cluster of low adobe buildings. "Biggest facility of its kind in North America. We've got everything from Thunderbirds to jackalopes, and right now, we've got one very angry dragon who's about 3 days from giving birth." Harry climbed out of the truck, his legs stiff from the long drive. The heat hit him immediately, dry and fierce, but it wasn't unpleasant, just different from the damp chill of England. Pocket poked his nose out of Harry's pocket, sniffing the unfamiliar air with obvious interest. "First time in America?" a voice asked. Harry turned. A young man was approaching from the nearest building, tall and broad-shouldered with bright red hair and a face full of freckles that reminded Harry painfully of nothing in particular. He'd never met anyone with hair quite that shade of orange. The young man was wearing dragon-hide gloves and had what looked like a fresh burn mark on one forearm. "Charlie Weasley," the young man said, extending a gloved hand. "I'm one of the handlers here." "Well, trainee handler. Just started 6 months ago." He glanced at Newt with obvious reverence. "Mr. Scamander, it's an honor. Your book changed my life. Literally. I was going to play professional Quidditch until I read Fantastic Beasts, and then I knew exactly what I wanted to do instead." Newt shook the offered hand with a small smile. "I'm glad the book found its way to you. Though I suspect professional Quidditch might have been rather safer." Charlie laughed, a bright, easy sound. "Maybe. But nowhere near as interesting." His eyes dropped to Harry. "And you must be the famous apprentice I've been hearing about. Harry, right?" Harry nodded, suddenly self-conscious. "I'm not famous. That's not what the handlers have been saying." Charlie's grin widened. "Word travels fast in the creature community. A kid who can actually talk to magical beasts. That's the kind of thing people notice." He clapped Harry on the shoulder, gently, but Harry still staggered slightly. "Come on. I'll show you where the fireball is. She's in the high-security enclosure, and I should warn you, it's not pretty." The high-security enclosure was a massive dome of shimmering wards, easily 100 meters across and tall enough to accommodate the wingspan of a full-grown dragon. Inside, the landscape had been transformed into something resembling a mountainous region of China, complete with rocky crags and pools of steaming water. And in the center of it all, hunched against a cliff face like a wounded animal defending its territory, was the dragon. She was beautiful. Even from this distance, even in her obvious distress, Harry could see that. Her scales were brilliant scarlet, edged with gold, and her mushroom-shaped snout released occasional bursts of flame that left scorch marks on the surrounding rocks. She was smaller than Harry had expected, maybe 15 feet from nose to tail, but her belly was swollen with eggs, and there was something in her posture that spoke of desperate, furious protectiveness. Harry reached out with his gift before he could think better of it. The connection hit him like a physical blow. Fear. Rage. Pain. It crashed over him in waves, so intense that he staggered backward, his vision blurring. He'd never felt anything like this, nothing even close. The emotions weren't just strong, they were vast, ancient, burning with an intensity that threatened to overwhelm everything else. "My eggs. My babies. They took my first clutch, killed them, smashed them, but they won't take these. I'll burn them. I'll burn everything. Harry." Newt's hands were on his shoulders, steadying him. "Harry, pull back. You're in too deep." Harry gasped, forcing himself to withdraw from the connection. The dragon's emotions receded, but he could still feel them at the edge of his awareness, a constant thrumming presence of fear and fury. "I'm okay," he managed. I didn't expect, dragons are different," Newt said quietly. "Their emotions are older, more primal. Connecting with one requires careful preparation, mental shields, gradual approach." He guided Harry away from the enclosure, his face worried. "I should have warned you. This was my mistake." "No." Harry shook his head, still trying to catch his breath. "No, I needed to feel that. I needed to understand." He looked back at the dragon, at the desperate creature who had lost one clutch of eggs and would die before she lost another. "She's not aggressive because she's dangerous. She's aggressive because she's terrified. They killed her first babies, and she thinks everyone is here to hurt these ones too." Charlie was staring at him with something like awe. "You got all that from what? Just looking at her?" "From feeling her." Harry met the older boy's eyes. "She's not a monster. She's a mother." Newt called a meeting that evening. They gathered in the sanctuary's main building, a sprawling structure that served as both administrative center and living quarters for the staff. Around a long wooden table sat a dozen handlers, researchers, and administrators, all of them looking at Harry with varying degrees of curiosity and skepticism. "The situation is straightforward," Newt began, standing at the head of the table with his hands clasped behind his back. "We have a pregnant Chinese fireball who has been severely traumatized by her captivity. She will not allow anyone near her. Standard sedation protocols have failed, twice, with fatal consequences. If we cannot find a way to help her before she gives birth, both she and her eggs are likely to die." "What about the dragon handlers from China?" one of the administrators asked. A severe-looking witch with steel-gray hair and a Makusa badge on her robes. "Surely they have experience with fireballs." "They do," Jim said from his seat near the door. "And they've already consulted. Their recommendation was to put her down and try to incubate the eggs artificially." He shook his head grimly. "Survival rate for artificially incubated dragon eggs is about 12%. Silence fell over the table. "There is another option," Newt said quietly. "My apprentice has a gift, a rare ability to communicate with magical creatures on an emotional level. He connected with the fireball this afternoon, however briefly, and gained more insight into her psychological state in 30 seconds than we've managed to gather in 3 weeks." Every eye in the room turned to Harry. "He's a child," the Makusa witch said flatly. "You're suggesting we send a child into an enclosure with a dragon that's already killed 2 trained handlers?" "I'm suggesting," Newt replied calmly, "that we give Harry the opportunity to try something that no one else can. He won't be entering the enclosure alone, I'll be with him every step of the way. And he won't be attempting to physically approach the dragon. He'll be working from a safe distance, using his gift to establish trust. And if it doesn't work?" Newt's eyes met Harry's across the table. "Then we'll have lost nothing except time. But if it does work, if Harry can reach her, calm her, convince her that we're here to help, then we save a mother and her children." Harry felt the weight of every gaze in the room. The skepticism, the hope, the fear. "I want to try," he said. His voice came out steadier than he'd expected. "She's suffering. She's scared and hurt and she thinks everyone is her enemy. I can show her that's not true." He looked at the Makusa witch. "I know I'm just a kid. But sometimes that's exactly what a scared creature needs. Someone small and unthreatening. Someone who doesn't feel like a hunter." The witch studied him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, she smiled. "You've got guts, kid. I'll give you that." She turned to Newt. "Fine. We try it your way. But if that dragon so much as looks at the boy wrong, we're pulling him out immediately." "Agreed," Newt said. "We begin tomorrow at dawn." Harry didn't sleep that night. He lay in the small room they'd given him, simple but comfortable, with a window that looked out over the moonlit desert, and thought about what he was going to do. Tomorrow morning, he would walk into an enclosure with a dragon. A creature that had already killed 2 adult wizards. A mother driven half-mad with grief and terror. "Are you scared?" Pocket's emotions nudged at his consciousness, the niffler curled up on the pillow beside his head. "Yes," Harry admitted. "Really scared. But you're still going to do it." "I have to." Harry stared at the ceiling, watching shadows shift in the moonlight. "If I don't try, she dies. Her babies die. And I might be the only one who can help her." Pocket was quiet for a moment. Then Harry felt a pulse of warmth through their bond, not words, exactly, but something like pride mixed with affection. "I'll be with you," the niffler seemed to say. "Whatever happens." Harry reached up and stroked Pocket's soft fur. "Thanks, mate." He closed his eyes and tried to sleep, but his mind kept circling back to the dragon. To the raw, desperate emotions he'd felt when he connected with her. To the image of her huddled against that cliff face, ready to burn the whole world to protect her eggs. Sometime around midnight, he gave up on sleep entirely and got out of bed. The sanctuary was quiet at this hour, most of the staff having retired to their quarters. Harry slipped out of his room and made his way through the corridors until he found a door that led outside. The night air was cool, desert temperatures dropped dramatically after sunset, and the sky above was blazing with stars. He walked without really thinking about where he was going, his feet carrying him toward the high-security enclosure almost of their own accord. When he reached the outer wards, he stopped, looking in at the shadowy form of the dragon. She was awake. He could feel it, even without actively reaching out with his gift, a constant, thrumming awareness of her presence, her fear, her fury. "I'm not going to hurt you," Harry said quietly. He knew she couldn't hear him through the wards, couldn't understand human speech anyway. But he said it nonetheless. "I know you don't believe that. I know everyone's hurt you, or tried to hurt you, or taken things from you that can never be replaced. But I'm different. I promise." The dragon didn't move. Didn't acknowledge him in any way. Harry stood there for a long time, watching her, feeling the edges of her consciousness brushing against his own. And gradually, so gradually that he almost didn't notice it happening, he felt something shift. Not trust. Not acceptance. But curiosity. The faintest flicker of something other than fear and rage. "Who are you?" The dragon seemed to ask, her attention focusing on this small, strange presence at the edge of her awareness. "Why don't you feel like the others?" "Because I'm not like the others," Harry pushed back gently. "I'm like you." It wasn't quite true, but it wasn't quite false either. Harry knew what it felt like to be caged, to be hurt, to be powerless. He knew the desperate instinct to protect the only good things in your life, even if it meant fighting the whole world. "I'll help you," he promised silently. "Tomorrow, I'll come back, and I'll show you that not everyone wants to hurt you." Then he turned and walked back to his room, and this time, when he lay down, sleep came easily. Dawn broke over the desert in shades of pink and gold. Harry stood at the entrance to the high-security enclosure, dressed in the lightest clothing he owned and carrying nothing except pocket in his pocket. Newt stood beside him, his wand drawn but held loosely at his side. Behind them, a dozen sanctuary staff waited at a safe distance, ready to intervene if something went wrong. "Remember what we discussed," Newt said quietly. "Don't push too hard. Don't try to take control of her emotions, just share your own. Let her feel your intentions, your desire to help. And if she reacts with aggression, pull back immediately," Harry finished. "I know. I'm serious, Harry." Newt's voice was uncharacteristically stern. "Dragons are not like other creatures. Their fire is both physical and magical, it can burn through shields that would stop a killing curse. If she attacks, the only defense is distance." Harry nodded. His heart was pounding, but his hands were steady. He'd been preparing for this all morning, building up his mental shields, centering himself the way Newt had taught him. "I'm ready," he said. The wards parted. The inside of the enclosure was different from what Harry had expected. From outside, it had looked like a perfect recreation of Chinese mountain terrain. Inside, he could see the seams, the places where the magic didn't quite fit together, where the artificial landscape gave way to bare sandy ground or conjured structures that looked slightly wrong in the morning light. But none of that mattered, because 50 meters away, the dragon was watching him. She had raised her head when he entered, her golden eyes tracking his every movement. He could feel her emotions spiking, alarm, suspicion, the gathering heat of fire building in her chest. Small, she observed, her attention fixed on him. Too small to be a hunter. "What are you?" Harry stopped walking. He was still well outside the range of her flames, but close enough to establish a real connection. "I'm a friend," he sent back, pushing the feeling toward her with everything he had. "I'm here to help." The dragon snorted, smoke curling from her nostrils. "Lies. They all say that. They all lie." Harry felt the memory hit him like a wave, not his memory, hers. A clutch of eggs, beautiful and perfect, nestled in a cave high in the mountains. Men with chains and wands, dragging her away while she screamed and fought. The sound of shells cracking, of young lives ending before they began. "I'm sorry," Harry sent, and he meant it with everything in him. "I'm so sorry they did that to you. They were monsters, and what they did was evil. But I'm not them. I would never hurt your babies. I just want to help you keep them safe." The dragon's fire flickered, uncertainty mixing with her rage. "Why should I believe you?" Harry took a step closer. Then another. "Harry," Newt's voice came from behind him, tight with warning. Slowly. But Harry wasn't listening. He was too focused on the dragon, on the connection between them, on the words that weren't quite words flowing back and forth. "Because I know what it's like," he sent. "To be caged. To be hurt. To have people take things from you that you can never get back." He was close enough now to see the details of her scales, the way they shifted between red and gold in the morning light. Close enough to see the scars on her flanks where chains had cut into her flesh. "I used to live in a cupboard," he continued, the memory rising unbidden. "Dark, small, cold. The people who were supposed to take care of me hurt me instead. They told me I was worthless, that I was a freak, that no one would ever love me." The dragon's head lowered slightly, her attention sharpening. "But they were wrong," Harry finished. "And the people who hurt you were wrong too. You're not a monster. You're a mother. And your babies are going to be born, and they're going to be beautiful, and I'm going to help you make sure no one ever hurts them." Silence. The dragon studied him with those golden eyes, ancient and alien and somehow, impossibly, beginning to understand. Then she did something that made Harry's breath catch in his throat. She laid her head down on the ground. Not in submission, dragons didn't submit. But in acceptance. In permission. "Come closer, little one," she seemed to say. "Show me what you are." Harry walked forward until he was within arm's reach of her massive head. He could feel the heat radiating from her scales, smell the sulfur on her breath. One twitch, one burst of flame, and he would be dead before he could blink. He reached out and placed his palm flat against her snout. The connection exploded open. Harry had touched Pocket's mind countless times. He'd connected with Bowtruckles and mooncalves and even, briefly, the graphorn in Newt's suitcase. But nothing had prepared him for the experience of merging with a dragon's consciousness. She was vast. Her mind wasn't bigger than his in any physical sense, but it was older, deeper, full of memories that stretched back centuries. He saw flashes of her life, hatching in a cave, learning to fly, hunting wild goats across mountain peaks. He felt her first mating flight, the joy of laying her first clutch, the devastating loss when humans came and took everything. And he felt her now, the fear that never quite went away, the desperate love for the eggs growing inside her, the tiny spark of hope that maybe, this strange small creature was telling the truth. "My name is Harry," he sent into the overwhelming current of her consciousness. "What's yours?" The concept of a name was strange to her. Dragons didn't name themselves the way humans did. But there was something, a sense of identity, a feeling she associated with herself. Fire in the morning mist. The first warmth of sunlight on scales. Beauty rising from pain. Sunrise, Harry thought. Your sunrise. The dragon, sunrise, made a sound deep in her throat. Not quite a purr, not quite a growl. Something like acknowledgement. You may stay, little speaker, she said. For now. Harry spent 3 days in the enclosure. He slept curled against Sunrise's warm scales, ate the food that sanctuary workers left at the entrance, and spent every waking moment deepening the bond between them. Newt checked on him regularly, his lined face a mixture of pride and concern, but even he couldn't enter the space Sunrise had created around herself and Harry. It was, Harry thought, like nothing he'd ever experienced. Sunrise was nothing like the creatures he'd met before. She didn't think in simple concepts of food and safety and warmth, she thought in fire and wind and the ancient dance of predator and prey. Her mind was full of complexities he couldn't quite understand, memories that stretched back to times before humans had built their first cities. But underneath all of that, she was still a mother. Still frightened. Still grieving. On the second night, she told him about her first clutch. They came at night, she sent, the memory sharp and painful. Dozens of them, with chains and curses. I fought. Burned so many of them. But there were too many, and they had magics I couldn't break. Harry felt her anguish as if it were his own. The desperation of being dragged away from her nest. The sound of her eggs being destroyed. They didn't want hatchlings, Sunrise continued. They wanted parts. Scales. Blood. Heartstrings. They were going to kill me and sell me in pieces. But you escaped, Harry said. The ones who caught me first sold me to others. Transport. I was in chains for weeks, moving from place to place. A flash of memory, cramped spaces, the smell of fear and metal. Then the new captors were caught by other humans. Different uniforms. They brought me here. To the sanctuary. Yes. Sunrise's mental voice carried something like grudging acknowledgement. They have not hurt me. But I cannot trust them. Cannot trust anyone. Except me. A long pause. Then, quietly, except you, little speaker. You feel different. You feel honest. Harry pressed his forehead against her warm scales. I'll never lie to you. And I'll never let anyone hurt your babies. You are small, Sunrise observed. How will you stop them? I don't know yet, Harry admitted. But I'll find a way. That's what I do. On the morning of the fourth day, the eggs came. Harry woke to Sunrise's mental call, not words, but urgent, overwhelming emotion. Pain. Pressure. The overwhelming need to push, to bring new life into the world. He scrambled to his feet, immediately reaching out to Newt through the communication charm they'd established. The eggs are coming, he said. She needs help. On my way, Newt's voice crackled back. Don't let her panic. Keep her calm if you can. Easier said than done. Sunrise was in the grip of instincts older than civilization, her body taking over as her mind retreated into a haze of sensation. Harry stayed with her, pressed against her side, sending wave after wave of reassurance through their bond. I'm here, he told her. You're safe. Your babies are going to be fine. Newt arrived within minutes, Charlie Weasley and 2 other handlers close behind. They stopped at a careful distance, watching as Sunrise's body rippled with contractions. 5 eggs, Newt said quietly, his eyes fixed on the dragon. I can see them. They're positioned well, no complications that I can detect. What do we do? Harry asked. Nothing, for now. Dragon births are natural processes, they don't usually need intervention. But stay with her, Harry. Keep the bond strong. If something goes wrong, you'll sense it before any of us. Harry nodded and turned his attention back to Sunrise. The next hour was the longest of his life. He felt every contraction, every surge of effort, every moment of pain. He felt Sunrise's fear and determination, her desperate need to see her children safe. And through it all, he stayed with her, a constant presence in her mind, reminding her that she wasn't alone. The first egg emerged just as the sun cleared the horizon, a perfect sphere of mottled crimson, gleaming with internal heat. Sunrise curled around it immediately, her long tongue cleaning its surface with gentle precision. Then the second. The third. The fourth. By the time the 5th and final egg appeared, Harry was exhausted in ways he hadn't known were possible. His mind felt stretched thin, his body ached from hours of tension, and tears were streaming down his face without him quite knowing why. But Sunrise was purring. Actually purring, a deep rumbling vibration that Harry felt in his bones. She was curled around her clutch, 5 perfect eggs nestled against the warmth of her belly, and for the first time since Harry had met her, she felt something like peace. "Thank you," she sent. "Little speaker." "Harry." "Thank you." Harry slumped against her side, too tired to respond with words. He just sent a pulse of warmth back to her, of pride and joy and overwhelming relief. They'd done it. Against all odds, they'd done it. The celebration that night was like nothing Harry had ever experienced. The sanctuary staff had set up tables outside the main building, loaded with food and drink. Floating lights drifted through the warm evening air, and somewhere in the distance, a magical wireless was playing something that sounded vaguely like country music crossed with Renaissance fair instrumentals. To Harry Potter. Charlie Weasley raised his glass, his freckled face split by an enormous grin. The youngest dragon handler in history. "I'm not a handler," Harry protested, but he was smiling too. "I just talked to her." "Kid, you spent 3 days sleeping next to a Chinese fireball who'd already killed 2 grown wizards," Jim said, clapping him on the shoulder. "That's more than handling. That's something else entirely." Harry ducked his head, embarrassed by the attention. Pocket, who had spent the past 3 days sulking about being left outside the enclosure, was now making up for lost time by systematically stealing every shiny object within reach of the dining table. "You did well," Newt said quietly, appearing at Harry's side. The old man looked tired but happy, his pale eyes bright with something that might have been pride. "Better than I could have imagined. I just did what you taught me." "No." Newt shook his head. "I taught you techniques, how to shield your mind, how to project emotions. But what you did in there, that was all you. Your courage, your compassion, your gift." He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Sunrise chose you, Harry. A dragon chose you. Do you understand how extraordinary that is?" Harry thought about the bond humming in the back of his mind, the constant, warm presence of Sunrise and her eggs. He could feel them even now, a family he'd helped create, creatures who trusted him in a way they would never trust anyone else. "Yeah," he said softly. "I think I'm starting to." The celebration continued late into the night, but Harry slipped away before it ended. He made his way back to the high-security enclosure, passing through the wards that now recognized him automatically. Inside, Sunrise was awake, her great golden eyes reflecting the starlight as she watched over her eggs. "You came back," she observed. "Of course I did." Harry settled down beside her, his back against her warm scales. "I wanted to check on you. And them." Sunrise turned her head to look at her clutch. The eggs were beautiful in the darkness, their shells pulsing with faint internal light, the developing dragons within, already generating their own fire. "They will hatch in 3 weeks, Sunrise said. And they will need to learn. To hunt. To fly. To be dragons." Harry felt something twist in his chest. He already knew where this was going. "And you can't do that here," he said. "In a sanctuary. In captivity. No." Sunrise's mental voice was gentle but firm. "This place has been kind to us. But it is not home. My children need the mountains, the sky, the freedom that is their birthright. Where will you go?" "There is a place. In the high peaks of my homeland, where the clouds touch the earth and the air burns cold. Other dragons live there, far from humans. We will be safe." Harry closed his eyes, fighting back the sudden ache in his chest. He'd known, on some level, that this was temporary. That Sunrise wasn't a pet or a companion, but a wild creature who belonged in the wild. But knowing it and feeling it were 2 very different things. "I'll miss you," he sent. Sunrise lowered her massive head until it was level with Harry's face. Her breath was warm against his skin, smelling of smoke and ancient things. "You gave me back my hope, little speaker," she said. "When I had lost everything, when I was ready to burn the world and die in the flames, you showed me that not all humans are monsters. You showed me that trust is still possible. She pressed her snout gently against his chest, over his heart. I will not forget you. And neither will my children. When they are grown, when they fly the high winds and breathe fire at the stars, they will know your name. They will know that a human boy saved their mother, and them, and gave them the chance to live. Harry wrapped his arms around her snout, as far as they would go, and held on. Thank you, he sent. For letting me help. For trusting me. Thank you, Sunrise replied, for being worth trusting. Harry woke to shouting. He jerked upright, disoriented, not remembering when he'd fallen asleep against Sunrise's side. The dragon was already alert, her head raised and her body coiled protectively around her eggs. What is it? Harry asked. Trouble, Sunrise growled. Hunters. Harry scrambled to his feet and ran for the entrance of the enclosure. Outside, the sanctuary was in chaos, figures running in every direction, wand light flashing in the pre-dawn darkness, the sounds of combat echoing off the surrounding buildings. Charlie Weasley appeared out of the confusion, his wand drawn and his face grim. Harry. Thank Merlin. We've got intruders, at least a dozen. They hit the perimeter wards about 10 minutes ago. Who are they? Smugglers. Professionals. Charlie's jaw tightened. They're heading for the high-security enclosure. For Sunrise. Harry's blood went cold. Where's Newt? Fighting them off at the north entrance. He told me to get you out, too. I'm not leaving her. Harry, I said I'm not leaving. Harry turned and ran back into the enclosure, ignoring Charlie's shouts behind him. Sunrise was waiting for him, her body positioned between the entrance and her eggs, fire already building in her throat. They've come for us, she said. It wasn't a question. Yes. Harry stood beside her, wishing desperately that he had a wand, that he knew any real combat magic, that he was anything other than an 8-year-old boy with a gift that wouldn't stop curses. But they're not going to get you. I won't let them. Sunrise's mental voice was almost gentle. Little speaker. You cannot fight them. You have no weapons, no magic that can harm. I don't care. Harry's hands were shaking, but his voice was steady. I promised I'd protect your babies. I'm not breaking that promise. The wards at the enclosure entrance flickered and died. 3 figures stepped through, black-robed, masked, wands raised. They moved with the fluid coordination of professionals, fanning out to cover the space while a 4th figure followed behind them. This one wasn't masked. He was younger than Harry had expected, maybe 30, with pale hair and sharp features that might have been handsome if they hadn't been twisted into an expression of such cold contempt. He was dressed in elegant robes that looked completely out of place in the desert sanctuary, and his wand was already pointed directly at Sunrise. Ah, he said, his voice cultured and amused. The famous fireball. You've caused quite a lot of trouble, haven't you? His eyes flicked to Harry. And the famous boy. 2 valuable acquisitions for the price of 1. The collector will be pleased. Get out, Harry said. His voice came out stronger than he felt. Leave now, and I'll tell them to let you go. The man laughed. Brave words for a child standing between me and a fortune in dragon parks. He gestured to his companions. Take the eggs first. Kill the mother if she resists. As for the boy, his smile widened. Stun him. Gently. Damaged goods are worth less. The black-robed figures moved forward. Harry reached for Sunrise's mind, preparing to do something, anything, to protect her. But before he could act, the dragon moved first. She didn't breathe fire. She didn't roar or charge. She simply looked at the approaching smugglers, and Harry felt the pulse of power that accompanied that look, ancient, terrible, the focused will of a creature that had survived for centuries by being stronger than everything that threatened her. The lead smuggler stopped walking. His companions stopped too, frozen in place as if their bodies had forgotten how to move. Fear me, Sunrise sent, and even Harry, connected to her as deeply as he was, felt a chill run down his spine. I am fire and wind and the death that falls from the sky. You are nothing. You are insects. You are ashes waiting to happen. The pale-haired man's smile faltered for the first time. What? Run, Sunrise commanded. Or burn. The smugglers ran. Not in an orderly retreat, not with any strategy or coordination. They simply turned and fled, scrambling over each other in their desperate need to escape. Even their leader, pale-faced and wide-eyed, was among them, his wand forgotten, his elegant robes tangling around his legs as he sprinted for the entrance. Harry watched them go, his heart still hammering in his chest. What, he said slowly, was that? Sunrise lowered her head, exhaustion rippling through her consciousness. Dragon magic. The ancient art of our kind. Her mental voice was weaker than before, strained by the effort of what she'd done. We do not only breathe fire, little speaker. We breathe fear. We breathe awe. When a dragon chooses to be seen, truly seen, nothing in this world can stand against us. She settled back onto the ground, curling protectively around her eggs once more. But it costs, she added. More than fire. More than flight. I will not be able to do that again for many days. Harry moved to her side, pressing his palm against her scales in comfort. You saved us. You saved all of us. No. Sunrise's great eye opened, fixing on him with something like amusement. You saved us, little speaker. When you refused to run, when you stood beside me and declared that you would protect my children, that is when I knew I could not let them take you. That is when I knew you were worth fighting for. She closed her eye again, her breathing slowing as exhaustion claimed her. Rest now, she said. And tomorrow, we will begin preparing for our departure. Harry sat down beside her, too drained to argue or ask questions. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new decisions. But for now, in this moment, they were safe. The aftermath of the attack was a whirlwind of activity. Makusa Aurors arrived within hours, led by the stern grey-haired which Harry had seen at the earlier meeting. They secured the sanctuary, interrogated witnesses, and launched an investigation into how the smugglers had breached the security wards. Inside job, Jim said grimly, when he came to update Harry and Newt. Has to be. Those wards were top grade. Someone on staff gave them the access codes. Do we know who? Newt asked. Not yet. But we'll find them. Jim's weathered face was hard with anger. And when we do, there won't be enough left of them to fill a sneakoscope. Harry listened to all of this with a strange sense of detachment. He knew he should be angry, should be frightened by how close they'd come to disaster. But all he could think about was Sunrise, and the departure that was now just days away. True to her word, the dragon had begun preparing to leave almost immediately. She spent hours each day teaching her eggs, communicating with the developing dragons inside, sharing knowledge that they would need when they hatched. Harry watched, fascinated, as she demonstrated hunting techniques, flying patterns, territorial behaviors, all through the medium of their shared consciousness. You're quiet, Charlie observed, finding Harry sitting outside the enclosure on the evening before Sunrise's planned departure. Harry shrugged. Just thinking. About the dragon? About everything. Harry turned to look at the older boy. When you decided to work with dragons instead of playing Quidditch, did you ever regret it? Charlie considered the question seriously. Sometimes, at first. When I was cold and tired and covered in burns and wondering what I was doing with my life. He grinned. But then I'd see a dragon in flight, or help one heal from an injury, or just sit with one and feel that connection between us, and I'd know I'd made the right choice. Even though it's dangerous. Because it's dangerous. Charlie sat down beside Harry, his long legs stretching out in front of him. Dragons aren't pets, Harry. They're not like dogs or cats or even other magical creatures. They're forces of nature, beautiful and terrible and absolutely beyond human control. Working with them means accepting that every day might be your last. His grin softened into something more serious. But it also means being part of something bigger than yourself. Something ancient and wild and real. Harry thought about that. About Sunrise, and the bond they shared, and the family of dragons that would soon fly free because he'd been willing to take a risk. Yeah, he said quietly. I think I understand that. Sunrise left at dawn. Harry stood with Newt and Charlie at the edge of the sanctuary, watching as the great dragon stretched her wings for the first time in months. Her scales caught the morning light, blazing gold and crimson, and her eggs were carefully secured in a magical harness against her belly. I am ready, she sent to Harry. It is time. Harry stepped forward, ignoring the murmurs of surprise from the assembled staff. He walked right up to Sunrise, close enough to touch, and pressed his forehead against her snout one final time. Thank you, he sent. For everything. For trusting me. For teaching me. For being my friend. Friend. Sunrise turned the concept over in her vast, ancient mind. Yes. I suppose that is what we are. An odd friendship, between a dragon and a human child. But perhaps the best friendships always are. She pulled back, her great eyes meeting his one final time. My children will know your name, Harry Potter. When they are grown, when they fly the winds of the world, they will remember the little speaker who saved their mother. And if you ever need us, if you ever call, she didn't finish the thought. She didn't need to. Harry could feel the promise humming through their bond, absolute and unbreakable. Go, he said, though his voice cracked on the word. Go be free. Sunrise spread her wings, vast, leathery spans that seemed to catch every bit of light in the sky. She crouched, muscles bunching beneath her scales, and then she launched herself into the air. Harry watched her climb, higher and higher, until she was just a crimson speck against the brilliant blue of the morning sky. He felt their bond stretching, thinning, but never quite breaking, a thread of connection that would span continents and years and all the time in between. Then she was gone, and Harry was alone with the sunrise. Are you all right? Newt asked, appearing at Harry's side. Harry nodded slowly. Yeah. I think so. It's just, he struggled to find the words. I know she had to go. I know it was the right thing. But it still hurts. That's because love always hurts, when the ones we love have to leave. Newt's voice was gentle with understanding. But the pain of letting go is nothing compared to the cruelty of holding on when it's not right. Harry thought about that. About the smugglers who had tried to cage Sunrise, to own her, to reduce her to parts and profit. They had never understood what she truly was, had never seen the vast, ancient beauty of her consciousness, the fierce devotion of her love. They had wanted to possess her. Harry had wanted to set her free. Newt, he said slowly, the man who led the smugglers. He said something about a collector. And he said, Harry frowned, trying to remember the exact words. He said I was a valuable acquisition too. What did he mean? Newt was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was careful. Your gift is rare, Harry. Incredibly rare. In the wrong hands, someone with your abilities could be used to locate creatures that have hidden themselves from humanity, to track endangered species, to breach the defenses of protected sanctuaries. He paused. There are people in this world who would pay a great deal of money to own someone like you. Own me? Harry felt a chill despite the warmth of the morning. Like the smugglers wanted to own Sunrise? Exactly like that. Newt turned to face him fully, his pale eyes serious. This is why I've always told you to keep your gift secret, Harry. Not because it's something to be ashamed of, but because it's something to be protected. The wrong people knowing what you can do, it could put you in terrible danger. Harry thought about the pale-haired man, about the cold amusement in his voice when he talked about acquisitions. He thought about the collector, the shadowy figure buying creatures across the world for some unknown purpose. What do they want? He asked. The collector, I mean. Why are they collecting so many creatures? I don't know. Newt's expression was troubled. But I intend to find out. Whatever they're planning, it can't be good, not when they're willing to hurt and kill to get what they need. Can I help? Newt studied him for a long moment, something complicated moving behind his eyes. Pride, Harry thought. And worry. And something else that might have been hope. Yes, he said finally. When you're older, when you've had more training, yes, I think you can help a great deal. But for now, the best thing you can do is keep learning. Keep growing. Keep becoming the person you're meant to be. Harry nodded slowly. It wasn't the answer he'd wanted, but he understood the logic behind it. He was still just a kid, still learning the basics, still growing into his gift. There would be time later for fighting the collector and protecting creatures from smugglers and all the other battles that seemed to be waiting in his future. For now, there was just this, a desert sanctuary, a morning sky, and the fading echo of a dragon's departure. 2 days later, Harry and Newt returned to England. The portkey deposited them in the familiar meadow of Newt's suitcase, and Harry stood for a moment just breathing in the smell of magical creatures and enchanted earth. It felt like coming home, in a way that little Whinging never had. Harry, Newt said, there's something we need to discuss before you return to your relatives. Harry tensed. He'd been dreading this, the inevitable return to the Dursleys, to the small room that was better than a cupboard but still felt like a prison. I've been thinking about what happened at the sanctuary, Newt continued. About your connection with Sunrise, your courage during the attack, your willingness to protect her children at any cost. And I've come to a decision. He reached into his coat and pulled out something small and square, a photograph, Harry realized, though the image was moving in that strange wizarding way. It showed a bird in flight, massive and magnificent, with feathers that crackled with lightning. This, Newt said, is a Thunderbird. Native to America, extremely powerful, and one of the most intelligent magical creatures in existence. They're also fiercely loyal, when they bond with a wizard, it's for life. Harry looked at the photo, then back at Newt. Why are you showing me this? Because there's a young Thunderbird at the Arizona sanctuary who's in trouble. Newt's expression was grave. She was separated from her family during a storm 3 months ago, and she's been refusing to eat or fly ever since. The handlers have tried everything, but nothing has worked. They think she's given up. Harry felt something stir in his chest, that familiar pull toward a creature in pain, the instinctive need to help. You want me to try? He asked. I want you to try, Newt confirmed. But I should warn you, Thunderbirds are not like dragons. Their minds are different, more complex in some ways, more alien in others. Connecting with one might be the hardest thing you've ever done. Harder than Sunrise? Potentially, yes. Newt met his eyes. But if you succeed, if you can reach this Thunderbird, help her heal, you'll have done something extraordinary. And you'll have gained an ally that no enemy would dare to cross. Harry looked at the photograph again. The Thunderbird in the image was soaring through storm clouds, lightning dancing around her wings, utterly free and utterly powerful. When do we leave? He asked. 2 weeks later, Harry returned to the Arizona sanctuary for the second time. Everything was different now. The fear and tension of his first visit had been replaced by something else, respect, maybe, or at least curiosity. The staff who had watched him walk into an enclosure with a killer dragon now looked at him with something approaching awe. But Harry wasn't thinking about that. He was thinking about the creature waiting for him in the storm enclosure, a section of the sanctuary designed to simulate the extreme weather conditions that Thunderbirds require to thrive. Her name is, well, we've been calling her Storm, but she hasn't really responded to it, Charlie explained, leading Harry toward the entrance. She was found near the Grand Canyon, injured and alone. We patched up her wing, but she won't fly. Won't eat unless we force-feed her. It's like she's just waiting to die. How old is she? Young. Juvenile, probably less than 2 years. Thunderbirds mature slowly. She would have been with her parents for at least another decade before striking out on her own. Harry nodded, processing this. A baby, essentially. A baby who had lost her entire family and didn't know how to go on alone. He understood that feeling all too well. The storm enclosure was unlike anything Harry had seen before. The moment he stepped inside, he was hit by wind, fierce, howling wind that seemed to come from every direction at once. Lightning flickered overhead, and thunder rumbled constantly, creating a wall of sound that made conversation nearly impossible. And there, huddled in the center of the artificial storm, was the Thunderbird. She was smaller than Harry had expected, maybe the size of a large eagle, though her wingspan was easily twice that. Her feathers were a dull bronze color, nothing like the brilliant gold and blue of the Thunderbird in Newt's photograph, and her head was tucked under one wing in a posture of utter defeat. Harry approached slowly, fighting the wind with every step. When he was close enough to touch, he sat down on the wet ground and waited. "I know you can hear me," he said carefully, reaching out with his gift. "I'm not here to hurt you. I'm not here to make you do anything you don't want to do." The Thunderbird didn't move. "I just want to sit with you for a while," Harry continued. "Is that okay?" Still nothing. But she hadn't fled or attacked, which Harry chose to interpret as permission. He settled in and began to wait. Hours passed. The storm raged around them, lightning and wind and a constant crash of thunder. Harry was soaked through, exhausted, and no closer to reaching the Thunderbird than when he'd started. But he didn't leave. "I lost my parents too," he said finally, when the silence had stretched so long that he couldn't bear it anymore. "When I was a baby. I don't remember them at all, just stories other people have told me. But I know what it's like to feel alone. To feel like there's no point in going on." A flicker of something in the Thunderbird's consciousness. Not words, not quite, just a stirring, like the first hint of wind before a storm. "For a long time, I thought that was all there was," Harry continued. "Being alone. Surviving but not really living. And then I met someone who showed me that I was wrong." Another flicker. Stronger this time. "His name is Newt. He's an old man who's spent his whole life helping creatures like you. He found me when I was scared and hurt and hiding in an alley, and he told me that I wasn't alone. That there were people who would care about me, creatures who would need me." Harry paused, remembering. "He gave me a reason to keep going." The Thunderbird's head emerged from beneath her wing. Just a fraction, just enough for one great eye to fix on Harry. "I'm not saying it stops hurting," Harry said, meeting that eye steadily. "I'm not saying you'll ever stop missing them. But I am saying that there's still a reason to live. There are still things in this world worth flying for." Silence. The storm howled around them, but within the cocoon of their connection, everything was still. Then, slowly, the Thunderbird lifted her head fully. "Who are you?" she asked. Her mental voice was young, uncertain, layered with grief and the faintest thread of curiosity. "My name is Harry," he replied. "And I'd like to be your friend." The bond formed slowly, over days and weeks. Unlike Sunrise, who had been forced to trust Harry quickly due to the urgency of her situation, the Thunderbird, Harry started calling her Whisper, for the soft sound her feathers made when she moved, needed time. Time to grieve. Time to heal. Time to learn that not all creatures who approached her meant harm. Harry gave her that time. He visited the storm enclosure every day, sitting with Whisper in the artificial tempest, sharing his emotions and receiving hers in return. He told her about his life, about the cupboard, about the Dursleys, about Newt and Pocket and Sunrise and all the creatures he'd met. She listened without comment, her great eyes watching him with an intensity that was both unsettling and oddly comforting. And gradually, piece by piece, she told him about herself. She had been born in a nest high in the mountains, where the clouds were solid enough to walk on and the air crackled with constant electricity. Her parents had been ancient, centuries old, wise in the ways of weather and wind. They had taught her to summon storms, to ride lightning, to speak the language of the sky. Then the hunters had come. They wanted our feathers, Whisper sent, the memory sharp with pain. Thunderbird feathers are powerful, full of magic. They sell for fortunes in the right markets. What happened? Harry asked gently. My parents fought. Held them off while I fled. I heard them calling to me to run, to hide, to survive. Her mental voice cracked. I never saw them again. Harry felt her grief as if it were his own, the overwhelming loss, the guilt of surviving when others hadn't, the endless question of why me? I'm sorry, he sent. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault, Whisper replied. It's not anyone's fault except theirs. No, Harry agreed. But I'm still sorry. And I'm still going to help you, if you'll let me. Whisper was quiet for a long time. Then, slowly, she unfurled her wings. Will you fly with me? She asked. Harry blinked. What? Fly. With me. Whisper's mental voice carried something that might have been amusement. Thunderbirds don't bond through words alone, Harry Potter. We bond through flight. Harry looked at her wings, vast, powerful, crackling with barely contained lightning. Then he looked at himself, small, wingless, entirely unsuited for traveling through storm clouds at high speeds. I don't think I'm built for flying, he said out loud. You're not, Whisper agreed. But you're built for trust. And that's what matters. She crouched low, spreading her wings in invitation. Harry took a deep breath, stepped forward, and climbed onto her back. Flying on a Thunderbird was nothing like Harry had imagined. There was no saddle, no harness, just Whisper's feathers beneath him and the storm exploding all around. The wind was a physical force, trying to tear him from her back, and the lightning was so close that Harry could feel its heat on his skin. But none of that mattered, because they were connected. Through their bond, Harry felt what Whisper felt, the joy of flight, the intoxication of power, the ancient thrill of dancing with the storm itself. He felt her wings move as if they were his own, felt the lightning answer her call, felt the wind bend to her will. And Whisper felt what he felt, the terror and exhilaration of flying without wings, the desperate trust required to surrender control, the overwhelming wonder of experiencing something so far beyond his normal existence. You're laughing, Whisper observed, as they burst through a cloud layer into brilliant sunshine. Harry realized she was right. He was laughing, actual laughter bubbling up from somewhere deep inside him, uncontrollable and pure. This is amazing, he sent back. This is the most amazing thing I've ever felt. Then hold on, Whisper replied, and Harry could feel her own joy resonating through their bond. Because I'm about to show you what a real storm feels like. She dove. By the time they landed, hours later, Harry was exhausted and exhilarated in equal measure. His clothes were scorched by lightning, his hair was standing on end, and he was fairly sure he'd lost about a year off his life from sheer terror. But he was also grinning so hard his face hurt, and Whisper was doing the Thunderbird equivalent of a purr, a low rumble of electricity that made the air itself vibrate. Thank you, she sent. For not giving up on me. Thank you, Harry replied, for teaching me to fly. He slid off her back and turned to face her. They were in the storm enclosure, but it felt different now, not a prison, but a training ground. A place where Whisper could practice the skills she'd learned from her parents, where she could grow strong enough to one day fly free. I have to go, Harry said reluctantly. Back to England. My relatives expect me, and Newt says the protections on their house are important. I know. Whisper's great eyes were gentle now, no longer dulled by grief. But you'll come back. It wasn't a question. Yes, Harry agreed. I'll come back. As often as I can, for as long as you need me. I may always need you, Whisper said quietly. Thunderbirds bond for life, Harry Potter. What we have built here, it does not fade. It does not break. Harry felt the truth of that in his bones. The bond between them was different from his connection with Pocket, different even from what he'd shared with Sunrise. It was deeper, more primal, the bond between a rider and their mount, a wizard and their familiar, two souls who had found each other against all odds. Then I'll always come back, he promised. Whisper pressed her great head against his chest, her feathers crackling with gentle electricity. Fly well, little speaker, she said. Until we meet again. The journey back to England was quiet. Harry sat in Newt's suitcase, Pocket curled in his lap, watching the enchanted sky above the meadow habitat as artificial stars wheeled overhead. His mind was full, of Sunrise and her eggs flying free toward the mountains of China, of Whisper and the storm bond they'd forged, of all the creatures he'd met and all the dangers he'd faced. You've changed, Newt observed, settling into a chair across from Harry. Since we first met, I mean. You're stronger. More confident. Harry thought about that. A year ago, he'd been a scared, malnourished boy living in a cupboard, convinced that he was worthless. Now he'd faced dragons, flown through lightning, stood against smugglers who wanted to steal and kill. I feel different, he admitted. Like I finally know what I'm supposed to do with my life. And what is that? Help them. Harry's voice was firm. The creatures who are scared and hurt and misunderstood. The ones who need someone to stand up for them. Newt smiled, that small, gentle smile that Harry had come to treasure. That's a noble goal. And a difficult one. There will be many who try to stop you, many who think what you're doing is dangerous or foolish or wrong. I know. Harry met the old man's eyes. But I'm going to do it anyway. Yes, Newt said softly. I believe you will. He reached into his coat and pulled out a small package, wrapped in plain brown paper. I was going to wait until your birthday to give you this, he said, but I think now is the right time. Harry took the package carefully, feeling the weight of it in his hands. He unwrapped it slowly, and his breath caught in his throat. It was a wand. Simple, unadorned, made of pale wood that seemed to shimmer faintly in the light. It was lighter than he'd expected, and the moment his fingers closed around it, he felt a warm pulse of energy travel up his arm, a recognition, a welcome, a sense of rightness. Holly and phoenix feather, Newt said quietly. 11 inches. Supple. I asked Garrick Ollivander to prepare it specially, told him what I knew about you, about your gift, about the person you're becoming. Harry stared at the wand, unable to speak. You're not supposed to use magic outside of school until you're 17, Newt continued. But there's an exception for self-defense, and given what we've encountered over the past year, I think it's wise for you to have a wand and know how to use it. Will you teach me? Harry asked, finding his voice at last. I'll teach you what I can. Combat isn't my specialty, that's more Tina's area, but I can show you the basics. Newt's expression grew serious. And Harry, this is important, a wand is not just a weapon. It's a tool, an extension of your will. The most powerful wizards aren't the ones who know the most destructive spells, they're the ones who understand that magic should be used to protect, to heal, to create, not just to destroy. Harry nodded slowly, the wand warm in his grip. I understand, he said. And for the first time in his life, he truly did. The summer after that was a blur of training and travel. Harry learned to cast basic spells, Lumos for light, Nox to extinguish it, Expelliarmus to disarm opponents, Protego to shield himself from attack. Tina Scamander turned out to be a demanding teacher, her former aura training evident in every drill she put him through, but Harry soaked up her lessons like a sponge. He learned wandless magic too, the subtle arts that Newt used in the field, techniques for calming frightened creatures and defending himself without alerting mundane observers. He practiced his gift constantly, deepening his bonds with the creatures in Newt's suitcase, learning to read their emotions from greater distances, to project his own feelings with more precision. And he visited Whisper whenever he could. The Thunderbird was flourishing now, her feathers regaining their brilliant gold and blue luster, her flights growing longer and more powerful with each passing week. Harry flew with her often, and each flight strengthened the bond between them, until they could communicate across vast distances, until he could feel her presence like a second heartbeat in his chest. "She's chosen you," Newt observed, watching one of their flights from the safety of the ground. "Completely, irrevocably." In the old days, Thunderbird riders were considered the most elite of all magical warriors. There hasn't been a true bonding in over a century. "What does that mean?" Harry asked, after he'd landed and Whisper had returned to her enclosure. "For me, I mean. For us. It means she'll come when you call her. Anywhere in the world, at any time. It means her loyalty to you is absolute, and yours to her should be the same." Newt's expression was grave. "It also means you have a responsibility, Harry. A bonded Thunderbird isn't a pet or a tool, she's a partner. You protect her, she protects you. Until death." Harry thought about that weight settling onto his shoulders, another creature depending on him, another bond that could never be broken. He found he didn't mind at all. The summer ended too quickly. Harry stood on the pavement outside number 4, Privet Drive, his rucksack on his back and his wand hidden up his sleeve. The Dursleys' house loomed behind him, as ugly and oppressive as ever, but it felt less threatening now. Like a storm he could weather, rather than one that might drown him. 2 more years, Newt said, standing beside him. Then Hogwarts. And after that, well, the world is vast, and there's so much left to discover. "Will I still be able to train with you?" Harry asked. "After I start school?" "During the holidays, certainly. Hogwarts is excellent, but there are things they don't teach there, things that a Magizoologist needs to know." Newt smiled. "Besides, someone needs to keep you out of trouble." Harry grinned. "I think trouble might be part of the job description." "Yes," Newt agreed, his smile widening. "I rather think it might be." They stood together for a moment longer, watching the sun set over Little Whinging. Then Newt turned to go, raising a hand in farewell. "Oh, and Harry," he called back. "Take care of Pocket. He's been sulking ever since you started spending so much time with Whisper." Harry laughed and felt the niffler stir in his pocket, a small, warm presence that radiated affectionate annoyance. "I don't sulk," Pocket's emotion seemed to say. "Yes you do," Harry sent back fondly. He watched Newt disappear around the corner, then turned and walked toward the house. Somewhere in the distance, he could feel Whisper, a storm waiting to be called, a friend who would fly to his side at a moment's notice. The Dursleys were waiting inside, and the school year would be long and difficult. But Harry wasn't afraid. He had his gift. He had his creatures. He had a family of misfits and outcasts who loved him. And soon, very soon, he would have Hogwarts too. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The dragons that the Romanian mountains rose like jagged teeth against a steel-gray sky, their peaks lost in clouds that seemed to boil with barely contained fury. Harry pressed his face against the window of the rattling carriage, watching the landscape transform from rolling farmland to dense forest to stark, beautiful wilderness. He was 9 years old now, and he was about to meet his first dragon colony. "Nervous?" Newt asked from the seat beside him, his pale eyes crinkling with amusement. "A little," Harry admitted. "Sunrise was one dragon. This is, how many did you say?" "The Romanian sanctuary houses approximately 47 dragons across 12 species," Newt replied. "It's the largest facility of its kind in Europe, and one of the most important conservation efforts in the magical world." He paused, something complicated crossing his face. "It's also where some of my oldest friends work. People I haven't seen in decades." Harry sensed there was more to that statement than Newt was saying, but before he could ask, the carriage lurched to a stop. "We're here," the driver announced, a taciturn wizard named Vasile who had met them at the portkey arrival point in Bucharest and hadn't spoken more than 10 words since. "Dragon Sanctuary. Watch your step. Watch everything, actually." Harry climbed out of the carriage and immediately understood why. The sanctuary sprawled across a vast mountain valley, its boundaries marked by shimmering wards that crackled with protective magic. Within those boundaries, Harry could see enclosures of varying sizes, some no larger than a football pitch, others stretching for miles across the mountainside. And in every enclosure, dragons. They were everywhere. Lounging on rocky outcrops, circling in the air above, breathing experimental jets of flame at targets that regenerated almost as fast as they were destroyed. Harry had thought Sunrise was impressive, but she had been one dragon, isolated and traumatized. This was a thriving community, dozens of the most powerful magical creatures in existence living and hunting and breeding in something close to their natural habitat. "Magnificent," Whisper's voice echoed in his mind. The Thunderbird was miles away, back at the Arizona sanctuary, but their bond allowed them to communicate across any distance. "I can feel them through you. So much fire." "I wish you could see it," Harry sent back. "Someday," Whisper replied. "When you call, I will come." "Harry." A familiar voice cut through his reverie. "You made it." Charlie Weasley was jogging toward them from a cluster of low stone buildings, his dragon-hide coat flapping behind him. He'd grown in the year since Harry had last seen him, broader across the shoulders, with new scars on his hands and a confidence in his stride that hadn't been there before. "Charlie." Harry grinned, genuinely pleased to see him. "I didn't know you transferred here." 6 months ago. Romania's where the real action is." Charlie clapped Harry on the shoulder, then turned to shake Newt's hand with obvious reverence. "Mr. Scamander. It's an honor to have you here. The whole sanctuary's been buzzing ever since we heard you were coming." "Just Newt, please. I haven't been Mr. Scamander since I was your age." Newt's smile was warm but distracted, his eyes scanning the sanctuary grounds with an intensity that suggested he was looking for something specific. "Is she still here? The fireball?" Charlie's expression shifted, still friendly, but with an edge of concern beneath. "She's here. That's actually why we asked you to come." "What's wrong?" Harry asked, immediately alert. Charlie exchanged a glance with Newt, something unspoken passing between them. "Maybe it's better if I show you." The high-security enclosure was on the far side of the sanctuary, separated from the main facilities by an additional layer of wards. Charlie led them through a series of checkpoints, each one requiring increasingly complex magical verification, until they emerged into a space that reminded Harry uncomfortably of Sunrise's prison in Arizona. But this enclosure was different. Instead of artificial terrain, it was a vast natural cavern, the inside of the mountain itself, hollowed out and reinforced with magic to create a space large enough for a dragon to fly freely. Stalactites hung from the ceiling like stone fangs, and pools of steaming water dotted the floor, heated by volcanic activity deep beneath the earth. And in the center of it all, curled around a clutch of eggs that glowed with internal heat, was a Chinese fireball. Harry's heart stopped. He knew that dragon. He would know her anywhere, the particular shade of her scales, the pattern of scars on her flanks, the fierce golden eyes that had watched him walk into her enclosure a year ago. "Sunrise," he whispered. The dragon's head snapped up at the sound of his voice. Her nostrils flared, her body tensed, and for one terrible moment Harry thought she was going to attack. Then recognition flooded through their bond, a tsunami of emotion that nearly drove Harry to his knees. Joy, relief, desperate hope, and underneath it all, a fear so profound it made his own heart ache. "Little speaker," Sunrise's voice echoed in his mind. "You came. You actually came." Harry was already moving, passing through the final ward barrier before Charlie could stop him, running across the cavern floor toward the dragon who had been his first true friend in the magical world. "Harry, wait." Charlie called, but Harry wasn't listening. He reached Sunrise and pressed his forehead against her snout, just as he had a year ago in Arizona. The connection between them flared to life, stronger than ever, and Harry was flooded with everything she'd experienced since they'd last touched. The flight to China. Finding her ancestral home destroyed by poachers. Fleeing across continents with her eggs, seeking safety. Being captured again, not by smugglers this time, but by sanctuary workers who had found her wounded and starving and brought her here to recover. And then, 3 weeks ago, everything changing. My eggs, Sunrise sent, her mental voice cracking with anguish. Something is wrong with my eggs. Harry pulled back slightly, looking at the clutch nestled against her belly. 5 eggs, just as before, their shells gleaming with crimson and gold. But as he watched, he noticed something that made his stomach drop. One of the eggs wasn't glowing. Its shell was dull and dark, showing none of the internal fire that marked a developing dragon. And as Harry looked closer, he could see cracks spreading across its surface, not the healthy cracks of imminent hatching, but the brittle fractures of decay. That egg is dying, he said quietly. Not just dying, Charlie said from behind him. His voice was grim. It's been poisoned. The sanctuary's medical facility was a sprawling complex of laboratories and treatment rooms, staffed by some of the most skilled creature healers in the world. Harry sat in a hard wooden chair, pocket curled in his lap, while a team of researchers explained what they'd discovered. The poison is magical in origin, said the lead healer, a stern-faced witch named Dr. Ionescu. Specifically, it's a derivative of basilisk venom, incredibly rare, incredibly deadly, and incredibly difficult to detect. Basilisk venom? Newt's voice was sharp. That's a controlled substance. The international ban on its trade has been in place for over a century. Which is why we believe this was deliberate, Dr. Ionescu replied. Someone introduced this poison into the egg specifically. We found traces of it on the shell itself, concentrated around a small puncture wound that had been carefully concealed. Harry felt sick. Someone poisoned her egg on purpose. It appears so. The question is who, and why. The collector, Harry said immediately. The name had been hovering at the edge of his thoughts since the moment he'd seen Sunrise's distress. Has to be. They tried to take Sunrise in Arizona, and when that failed, they decided that if they couldn't have her, no one could, Newt finished grimly. He was pacing the length of the room, his usual gentle demeanor replaced by something harder, colder. But why? What do they gain from killing a dragon egg? Revenge? Charlie suggested. Sunrise did burn several of their operatives pretty badly during the Arizona attack. The collector doesn't strike me as the type to act out of petty revenge. Newt shook his head. Everything we know about them suggests a long-term plan, a specific goal. Random acts of cruelty don't fit the pattern. Harry closed his eyes, reaching out through his bond with Sunrise. She was still in the cavern, wrapped around her remaining eggs, radiating fear and fury in equal measure. Sunrise, he sent gently. Can you tell me anything about how this happened? Did anyone approach your eggs? Anyone who seemed suspicious? The response was a flood of memories, dozens of sanctuary workers moving in and out of her enclosure over the past weeks, bringing food, conducting health checks, maintaining the magical systems that kept her habitat stable. Sunrise had been wary of all of them, but none had triggered her predator instincts, none had felt like a threat. Until one. There was a man, she sensed slowly, the memory fuzzy and uncertain. A few weeks ago. He came with the others, dressed like them, smelled like them. But his eyes were wrong. Wrong how? Cold. Empty. Like a snake waiting to strike. Harry relayed this to the group, watching their expressions shift from concern to alarm. We need to review every staff member who's had access to the high-security enclosure, Dr. Ionescu said immediately. Cross-reference with anyone who's joined in the last 6 months. Already on it, Charlie replied, pulling out a magical communication device. I'll have the administration run a full background check on everyone. But Harry wasn't satisfied. Background checks would take time, and the poisoned egg was dying by the hour. There had to be something more immediate they could do, some way to identify the infiltrator before they struck again. The other eggs, he said suddenly. Have you checked the other eggs? Dr. Ionescu frowned. We examined all 5 as soon as we identified the poison. The other 4 showed no signs of contamination. But you said the poison was hard to detect. What if they've been poisoned too, and it just hasn't taken effect yet? Silence fell over the room as the implications sank in. He's right, Newt said quietly. If someone got close enough to poison one egg, they could have poisoned all of them. We need to assume the entire clutch is compromised until we can prove otherwise. The next few hours were chaos. Harry stayed with Sunrise while the healers worked, keeping her calm as they carefully examined each of her remaining eggs. It was delicate, painstaking work. Dragon eggs were notoriously fragile, and the magic protecting them made any kind of invasive examination dangerous. But eventually, the results came in. 2 more eggs show trace amounts of the poison, Dr. Ionescu reported, her face grave. The doses are smaller than the first, which is why we didn't detect them initially. But they're there. Sunrise's anguish hit Harry like a physical blow. 3 of her 5 eggs were poisoned. 3 of her children were going to die before they even had a chance to live. I'll kill them, she snarled through their bond, her mental voice shaking with rage. Whoever did this, I'll burn them to ash. I know, Harry sent back, his own anger rising to match hers. And I'll help you. But first we have to save the eggs. They said there's no cure. They said the poison is too rare, too deadly. Then we find one. Harry's jaw tightened with determination. There has to be something. Some way to neutralize the venom. And if there isn't, we create one. He pulled back from the bond and turned to face the assembled healers. What do we know about basilisk venom? He asked. What are its weaknesses? What can counteract it? Dr. Ionescu shook her head. Basilisk venom has no known antidote. It destroys magical tissue at the cellular level, there's simply nothing that can reverse that kind of damage once it's begun. Nothing known, Harry pressed. But that doesn't mean nothing exists. What about phoenix tears? I've read they have powerful healing properties. Phoenix tears can heal wounds and neutralize most poisons, Newt said slowly, but they've never been tested against basilisk venom. The 2 substances are magical opposites, fire and death, creation and destruction. There's no telling what would happen if they came into contact. Then we find out. Harry's voice was firm. Where's the nearest phoenix? The room went quiet. Harry, Newt said gently, phoenixes can't be summoned or commanded. They appear to those they deem worthy, when and where they choose. You can't simply track one down and ask for its tears. Why not? Because, Newt paused, something shifting in his expression. Actually, I don't have a good answer for that. It's simply never been done. Then I'll be the first. Harry stood, his mind already racing through possibilities. Phoenixes were creatures of pure magical fire, attracted to acts of courage and sacrifice. If he wanted to summon one, he'd need to do something extraordinary, something that proved he was worthy of their attention. Where do phoenixes live? He asked. When they're not appearing to wizards, I mean. Where do they go? No one knows for certain, Dr. Ionescu said. There are legends, of course. Stories of ancient temples where phoenixes were said to roost. But most scholars believe those sites were destroyed centuries ago. Most scholars haven't talked to dragons, Harry replied. He turned and walked back towards Sunrise's enclosure, ignoring the startled calls behind him. The dragon was waiting for him, her great eyes tracking his approach with desperate hope. I need your help, Harry sent as he reached her. Your people have lived for thousands of years. They must know things that humans have forgotten. What things? Where to find phoenixes? Sunrise was quiet for a long moment, her ancient mind sifting through memories, not just her own, but the collective knowledge of her species, passed down through generations. There is a place, she said finally. In the mountains to the east, where the sun rises over eternal snow. My grandmother spoke of it, a temple built by the first wizards, sacred to the birds of fire. But the way is hidden, protected by magic older than any human civilization. Can you show me? I cannot leave my eggs. Sunrise's mental voice was anguished. If I go, they will die. Then show me through our bond, Harry said. Share your grandmother's memories. I'll find the way myself. Another pause. Then, slowly, Sunrise lowered her head until her forehead touched Harry's. This will hurt, she warned. I don't care. The transfer began. Pain exploded behind Harry's eyes. He saw flashes of image and sensation, mountains shrouded in mist, paths that wound through impossible landscapes, guardians made of stone and fire. He felt the weight of centuries pressing down on him, memories so old they had worn smooth like river stones. And through it all, a single point of light, a temple carved into the peak of a mountain so high it seemed to touch the sky itself. There, Sunrise's voice echoed through the chaos. The sanctuary of eternal flame. If phoenixes still exist, that is where you will find them. Harry gasped as the connection broke, staggering backward, his head pounding with the force of what he'd received. His nose was bleeding, he realized dimly, crimson drops spattering the cavern floor. Harry! Charlie's voice, alarmed. Hands catching him before he could fall. I'm okay, Harry managed, though his voice came out rough and strange. I know where to go. Where to go? Newt had appeared beside him, his pale eyes worried. Harry, what happened? What did she show you? A temple. In the mountains. Where phoenixes live. Harry wiped the blood from his nose with his sleeve, his head still spinning. It's protected by ancient magic, but I can find it. Sunrise showed me the way. That's hundreds of miles from here, Charlie protested. Through some of the most dangerous magical terrain in Europe. You can't possibly, I have to. Harry straightened, forcing his legs to support him. 3 of her eggs are dying. The only thing that might save them is phoenix tears. And the only way to get phoenix tears is to find a phoenix. This is madness, Dr. Ionescu said sharply. You're a child. The journey alone could kill you, and that's assuming the temple even exists. You could be chasing a legend. I've chased legends before. Harry met her eyes steadily. And I've proven them real. He's not going alone, Newt said quietly. The old man's face was grave, but there was something else in his expression, something that looked almost like pride. I'll go with him. Newt, you're 130 years old, Charlie said. With all due respect, you're not exactly built for mountain climbing anymore. No, Newt agreed. But I know these mountains. I've traveled them before, decades ago, when I was young and foolish and convinced I could find every magical creature in existence. His smile was faint but genuine. I never found the Phoenix Temple then. Perhaps this time will be different. They left at dawn. The route Sunrise had shown Harry was burned into his memory, a winding path through mountain passes and hidden valleys, protected by wards that would turn away any traveler who didn't know the exact sequence of approaches. It would take days to traverse on foot, but Newt had a faster method in mind. Thestrals, he explained, leading Harry to a secluded clearing behind the sanctuary. I've kept a small herd here for years, for emergencies. They're not as fast as Thunderbirds, but they can fly through wards that would stop most other creatures. Harry had read about Thestrals, skeletal winged horses, visible only to those who had witnessed death. He'd never seen one in person, and he wasn't sure what to expect. What he got was a creature that looked like someone had taken a horse, stripped away everything soft, and replaced it with shadows and silence. The Thestral's eyes were white and empty, its wings membranous and bat-like, its body so thin that Harry could count every bone. Interesting, Pocket's emotions nudged at his consciousness. The niffler had insisted on coming, despite Harry's protests. Smells like dust and old pennies. Be polite, Harry sent back. We need their help. He reached out with his gift, projecting calm and gratitude toward the nearest Thestral. The creature turned its empty eyes toward him, and Harry felt nothing. Not the absence of emotion, he'd felt that from magical constructs and inanimate objects. This was different. A deliberate silence, a conscious choice not to engage. They don't share their feelings easily, Newt said, watching Harry's confusion with understanding. Thestrals are creatures of death, and death is private. But they'll carry you if you ask politely. Harry approached the Thestral slowly, making no sudden movements. I need to find the Phoenix Temple, he said quietly. There are eggs that are dying, babies who won't get a chance to live. Will you help me? The Thestral studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, it dipped its skeletal head in something like a bow. Harry climbed onto its back. Flying on a Thestral was nothing like flying on Whisper. Where the Thunderbird was all power and electricity and wild joy, the Thestral was silence and shadow and a strange, cold peace. They moved through the morning mist like ghosts, invisible and untouchable, following a path that Harry could see clearly in his mind's eye. Newt flew beside him on another Thestral, his battered coat flapping in the wind. Despite his age, the old man looked entirely at home in the saddle. This was a wizard who had spent a lifetime traveling to impossible places. The temple was built during the first age of magic, Newt said, his voice somehow carrying clearly despite the rushing wind. Before Hogwarts, before the Ministry, before any of the institutions we know today. The wizards who built it were trying to create a sanctuary for phoenixes, a place where the birds of fire could live undisturbed for eternity. What happened to them? Harry asked. No one knows. The temple was lost during the Great Magical Wars, and the phoenixes scattered across the world. Some bonded with worthy wizards. Others simply vanished. Newt's expression was distant. There are those who say the temple still exists, hidden behind wards so powerful that even the most skilled wizard couldn't breach them. But I've always believed that anything hidden can be found, if you know how to look. They flew on in silence after that, the mountains rising around them like ancient sentinels. Harry felt the landscape change as they traveled, the magic growing thicker, older, until the air itself seemed to hum with power. And then, just as the sun reached its peak, they found it. The temple was carved into the summit of a mountain so high that clouds swirled below its base. Harry's first impression was of age, incomprehensible, impossible age. The stone was worn smooth by millennia of wind and weather, and the carvings that covered every surface had faded to barely visible shadows. But enough remained for Harry to see what they depicted: birds in flight, their wings spread wide, fire streaming behind them like banners. Phoenixes. Hundreds of them. By Merlin's beard, Newt breathed, his pale eyes wide with wonder. It's real. After all these years, all my searching, it's actually real. The Thestrals landed on a narrow ledge in front of the temple's entrance, a massive doorway flanked by stone pillars that seemed to reach toward the sky itself. Harry slid from his mount's back, his legs shaky from hours of flight, and approached the entrance slowly. He could feel magic radiating from the doorway. Not hostile magic, not a ward or a curse, but something more like awareness. The temple was watching him, judging him, deciding whether he was worthy to enter. I'm not here to take anything, Harry projected toward that ancient presence. I'm here to ask for help. There are lives at stake, babies who will die if I don't find a way to save them. The presence stirred. For a moment, Harry felt himself being examined, his memories rifled through, his intentions weighed, his worthiness assessed. It was an uncomfortable sensation, like being stripped naked in front of a crowd, but he didn't fight it. If this was the price of entry, he would pay it. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the examination ended. The doors swung open. The interior of the temple was nothing like Harry had expected. Instead of ancient stone and faded carvings, he found himself in a space of pure light. Walls that seemed to be made of solidified flame, a floor that rippled like liquid gold, a ceiling so high it was lost in radiance. And everywhere, perched on branches that seemed to grow from the walls themselves, phoenixes. They were beautiful beyond description. Each bird was unique, some the classic crimson and gold, others in shades of blue and silver and deep, burning purple. They watched Harry with intelligent eyes, their feathers shimmering with inner fire, their presence filling the space with warmth and music. "Oh my," Newt whispered beside him. "Oh my goodness." Harry stepped forward, drawn by something he couldn't name toward a phoenix perched at the center of the temple. This one was larger than the others, older somehow, its feathers the color of a sunset over the ocean. "You have come far, young one," a voice echoed in Harry's mind. Not a dragon's voice, not a thunderbird's voice, something entirely different. "You have faced the guardians, passed the tests, proven yourself worthy. Why do you seek us?" Harry fell to his knees, not from weakness, but from instinct. This creature deserved reverence. "3 dragon eggs are dying," he said. "Poisoned with basilisk venom. The healers say there's no cure, but I hoped, phoenix tears," the ancient bird finished. "You believe our tears can save them? Can they?" The phoenix was silent for a long moment, its golden eyes studying Harry with an intensity that made his soul feel transparent. "The tears of a phoenix can heal almost any wound, neutralize almost any poison," it said finally. "But basilisk venom is not a simple poison. It is death itself, distilled into liquid form. To counteract it requires more than tears." Harry's heart sank. "Then there's nothing you can do." "I did not say that." The phoenix spread its wings, and Harry felt a surge of heat wash over him, not painful, but transformative, like standing in a beam of pure sunlight. "Basilisk venom is death. Phoenix fire is rebirth. When death and rebirth meet, the result is unpredictable." The ancient bird's eyes seemed to bore into Harry's soul. "To save those eggs, you would need to combine our tears with our fire. You would need to invoke the rite of renewal, a ritual so dangerous that it has not been performed in over 1,000 years. "Dangerous how?" "The ritual requires a conduit, a living soul to channel the fire and the tears, to guide them to their target. That soul must be strong enough to contain phoenix flame, yet connected enough to the dying creatures to direct the healing." The phoenix paused. "If the conduit is not strong enough, they will burn. If they are not connected enough, the healing will fail. Either way, the risk is immense." Harry understood. The phoenix wasn't just offering a cure, it was offering a test. "I'll do it," he said. "You do not know what you are agreeing to, young one. The fire of rebirth is not a gentle thing. It will consume everything you are and remake you from the ashes. You may not survive. I know." Harry's voice was steady. "But those eggs will definitely die if I don't try. Their mother trusted me to protect them. I can't break that promise." The phoenix studied him for another long moment. Then, slowly, it began to sing. The song was unlike anything Harry had ever heard. It started soft, a single pure note that seemed to resonate with something deep in his chest. Then other phoenixes joined in, their voices weaving together into a harmony that made Harry's eyes fill with tears he couldn't explain. And as they sang, the ancient phoenix descended from its perch and landed in front of Harry. "You have proven yourself worthy," it said. "Not through power or skill, but through love. You came here not for yourself, but for others. You risked everything for creatures who are not your own kind." It stretched out one great wing, touching Harry's forehead with the tip of a single golden feather. "I will give you what you need. My tears and my fire, bound together in a vessel that you will carry back to the dying eggs. But the ritual must be performed by you, and you alone. The dragon mother cannot help you, her fire is different from ours, destructive rather than renewing. Only a heart like yours can bridge the gap. The phoenix's eyes bored into Harry's. Are you ready? Harry took a deep breath. He thought about Sunrise, waiting in her cavern with her dying eggs. He thought about the babies who would never know the sky, the wind, the joy of flight. He thought about his promise to protect them. I'm ready, he said. The phoenix opened its beak, and a single tear fell, brilliant and golden, landing in Harry's outstretched palm. The moment it touched his skin, he felt warmth spread through his entire body, filling him with light and power and something that felt remarkably like hope. Then the phoenix breathed fire. Harry had been burned before. Training accidents with Whisper, a mishap with a blast-ended scrut in Newt's suitcase, even an incident with a mundane stove at the Dursleys. He knew what fire felt like against skin, the searing pain, the instinctive terror, the desperate need to pull away. This was different. The phoenix fire didn't burn him. It changed him. He felt it enter his body through his palm, following the path the tear had taken, spreading through his veins like liquid gold. It hurt, Merlin, it hurt, but beneath the pain was something else. A sense of transformation, of becoming more than he had been. Hold on, Newt's voice reached him dimly, from somewhere far away. Harry, hold on. Harry gritted his teeth and held on. The fire reached his heart and exploded outward, filling every cell of his body with phoenix flame. He screamed, he couldn't help it, but he didn't let go. The tear was still in his palm, protected by his will, waiting to be delivered to where it was needed. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the transformation ended. Harry collapsed to the floor of the temple, gasping for breath, his body shaking with aftershocks. He could feel the fire inside him, banked but not extinguished, waiting to be released. It is done, the ancient phoenix said, its voice somehow gentle now. You carry our gift within you, fire and tears, death and rebirth, bound together by love. Return to the Dragon Mother. Perform the ritual. Save the children. Harry pushed himself to his hands and knees, then slowly to his feet. He felt different. Stronger. Like something had been awakened inside him that had always been there, waiting for the right moment to emerge. Thank you, he managed. Do not thank us yet, young one. The hardest part is still to come. The phoenix's golden eyes were unreadable. But we believe in you. We have seen your heart, and it is worthy. It spread its wings again, and the other phoenixes followed suit, filling the temple with a blaze of light that seemed to lift Harry off his feet. Go now. Go and save them. The journey back to the sanctuary passed in a blur. Harry barely remembered climbing onto the thestral, barely remembered the flight through the mountain passes, barely remembered landing in the clearing behind the dragon enclosures. All he knew was the fire burning in his chest, the tear glowing in his palm, and the desperate need to reach Sunrise before it was too late. Charlie was waiting for them when they arrived, his face pale with worry. Harry. Thank Merlin, we thought. He stopped, staring at Harry with something like awe. What happened to you? Harry looked down at himself and understood Charlie's reaction. His skin was faintly luminous, glowing with a soft golden light that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. His eyes, he somehow knew without seeing them, were no longer their usual green, they were the color of fire, of sunset, of phoenix flame. I found what I was looking for, Harry said. His voice sounded strange to his own ears, deeper, more resonant. Take me to Sunrise. Now. The dragon was waiting for him. She raised her great head as Harry entered the cavern, her golden eyes widening at the sight of his transformation. Through their bond, Harry felt her astonishment, her hope, her desperate plea. Little speaker. You came back. I told you I would. Harry approached her slowly, the phoenix fire burning brighter with every step. I found the phoenixes. They gave me a gift, a way to save your eggs. A way. Sunrise's mental voice cracked with hope. You can heal them. I don't know. Harry was honest with her, he always had been. The ritual is dangerous. It might not work. But I have to try. Sunrise lowered her head until her forehead touched his, just as she had a year ago in Arizona. Then try, she said. Whatever happens, I trust you. Harry turned to face the clutch of eggs. 3 of them were visibly affected now, their shells dull and cracked, the fire within them flickering and fading. He had hours at most. Maybe less. He knelt beside the first egg, the most damaged, the one that had been poisoned first, and placed his palm against its shell. The phoenix fire roared to life. The ritual was nothing like Harry had imagined. He had expected pain, expected struggle, expected to fight against the poison with everything he had. Instead, he felt flow. The fire moved through him and into the egg, carrying the phoenix tear with it, seeking out the corruption like a river finding its path to the sea. He felt the basilisk venom react, felt it recognize its ancient enemy, and for a moment the 2 forces clashed, death and rebirth locked in a battle as old as magic itself. But the phoenix fire was stronger. Harry felt the venom retreat, felt it dissolve under the onslaught of healing flame, felt the egg begin to warm again with the life that had almost been extinguished. The shell's color deepened. The cracks began to seal. And deep within, Harry felt a tiny heartbeat flutter back to life. 1, he thought distantly. 1 saved. 2 more to go. He moved to the second egg, then the third, repeating the ritual each time. The fire inside him was burning lower now, the phoenix's gift exhausting itself with each healing, but Harry pushed on. He couldn't stop. Wouldn't stop. Not until they were all saved. The third egg was the hardest. The poison had spread further here, corrupting not just the shell but the developing dragon within. Harry felt the fire struggle against it, felt his own strength wavering, felt the darkness at the edge of his vision threatening to close in. Hold on, Sunrise's voice echoed through their bond. Harry, please. Hold on. Harry thought about the baby dragon inside the egg. Thought about the sky it would never see, the fire it would never breathe, the life it would never live if he failed. He reached deeper. Somewhere beyond his conscious mind, beyond the fire and the pain and the desperate exhaustion, Harry found something else. A reserve of strength he hadn't known he possessed. A connection to something greater than himself, to Sunrise and her love for her children, to Whisper and her fierce loyalty, to Pocket and his stubborn devotion, to every creature who had ever trusted him and been trusted in return. He channeled all of it into the fire. The phoenix flame blazed brighter than ever before, consuming the last of the poison, healing the last of the damage, saving the last of the eggs. Then Harry collapsed, and the world went dark. He woke to warmth. Not the burning warmth of phoenix fire, but something gentler, the soft heat of dragon breath, the comfortable weight of a niffler curled against his chest, the distant pulse of a thunderbird's concern echoing through their bond. Harry opened his eyes. He was lying on a pile of cushions in what looked like a hastily assembled medical station. Dr. Ionescu was hovering nearby, her wand moving in diagnostic patterns, her face a mixture of relief and disbelief. "He's awake," she announced. Immediately, Harry was surrounded. Newt appeared at his side, pale but smiling. Charlie was there too, grinning widely. And beyond them, visible through the cavern entrance, Sunrise was watching with eyes that glowed with joy. "You did it," she sent through their bond. "All 3 eggs. You saved them all." Harry managed a weak smile. "Told you I would." "You bloody well nearly killed yourself in the process," Charlie said, but his voice was thick with emotion. "The healers said your magical core was completely drained. They've never seen anything like it." "The Phoenix Fire," Dr. Ionescu added, her voice a mixture of professional fascination and personal awe. "It left traces in your system, permanent traces. We're not entirely sure what that means yet, but the preliminary scans suggest you may have acquired some degree of fire resistance." Harry looked down at his hands. They looked normal, no golden glow, no visible changes, but he could feel something different inside him. A warmth that hadn't been there before, banked embers of phoenix flame that might never fully extinguish. "The eggs," he said. "How are they?" "All three are recovering beautifully." Newt's voice was soft with wonder. "The healers say they've never seen such complete regeneration. Whatever you did in that temple, Harry, it was extraordinary." Harry closed his eyes, letting exhaustion wash over him. He'd done it. Against all odds, despite all risks, he'd found a way to save them. But even as relief flooded through him, a darker thought surfaced. "The spy," he said, forcing his eyes open again. "The person who poisoned the eggs in the first place. Did you find them?" The mood in the room shifted immediately. "We did," Charlie said, his expression hardening. "One of the new assistants, hired 3 months ago. He confessed under Veritaserum. Said he was working for someone called, the Collector," Harry finished. "You know about them? They've come up before. In Arizona, when they tried to steal Sunrise the first time." Harry pushed himself up to a sitting position, ignoring the protests of his exhausted body. "What else did he say? What does the Collector want?" Charlie exchanged a glance with Newt, something unspoken passing between them. "That's the thing," Charlie said slowly. "He didn't know. None of the people working for the Collector know what the end goal is. They just get orders, deliver results, and get paid. It's completely compartmentalized." "But there was one thing," Newt added. "Something the spy mentioned that might be significant. He said the Collector has been gathering creatures for years now, dozens of species, all powerful, all rare. And they've been taking them to a single location." "Where?" Newt's pale eyes were troubled. He didn't know exactly. But he said it was somewhere in Britain. Somewhere old. Somewhere hidden. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. The Collector was operating in Britain. And whatever they were planning, it was getting closer. Harry spent a week at the Romanian sanctuary, recovering his strength and helping care for Sunrise's eggs. The 3 poisoned eggs were indistinguishable from the healthy ones now, their shells gleaming, their internal fires burning bright. Dr. Ionescu ran test after test, but could find no trace of the basilisk venom. The phoenix fire had burned it away completely. "A medical miracle," she kept saying, shaking her head in wonder. "A genuine medical miracle." Harry spent most of his time in the cavern with Sunrise, strengthening their bond and preparing for what was to come. The eggs would hatch soon, within weeks, according to the healers, and the dragon mother would need to decide what to do next. "I cannot stay here," she told Harry one evening, as they watched the sunset paint the mountains in shades of gold and crimson. "This place is kind, but it is not home. My children need to learn to be dragons, not sanctuary specimens." "Where will you go?" "There is a place." Sunrise's mental voice carried a weight of memory. "High in the mountains of my homeland, where the old families still gather. It is dangerous, there are still hunters, still poachers, but it is where my children belong." Harry felt a pang of loss. He'd known this was coming, had known since Arizona that Sunrise wasn't meant to be caged, even in a gilded cage, but that didn't make it easier. "I'll miss you," he sent. "And I you, little speaker." Sunrise turned her great head to look at him, her golden eyes warm with affection. "But you will always be able to find me. Our bond transcends distance. When you need me, call, and I will come. Even in Britain. Even there." Sunrise's mental voice carried a hint of amusement. "Though I may burn a few hunters along the way. Consider it payment for services rendered." Harry laughed, actually laughed, and felt something loosen in his chest. Sunrise wasn't leaving him. Not really. She was just, expanding her territory. "Be safe," he sent. "And take care of those babies." "I will." Sunrise pressed her snout gently against his chest. And you take care of yourself, Harry Potter. The collector is still out there, still gathering power. Whatever they're planning, you may be the only one who can stop them. Me? I'm just a kid. You are never just anything. Sunrise's voice was firm. You are a speaker of beasts, a friend of dragons, a carrier of phoenix fire. You are extraordinary, and you always have been. She pulled back, spreading her great wings in the fading light. Remember that. Whatever comes. On his last night at the sanctuary, something unexpected happened. Harry was in his small room, packing his few belongings, when a tapping at the window made him look up. An owl was perched on the sill, not a sanctuary owl, but a handsome eagle owl with intelligent amber eyes and a letter clutched in its talons. Harry opened the window and took the letter, frowning at the unfamiliar seal. It was green wax, stamped with an intricate design that seemed to shift and move as he looked at it. He broke the seal and unfolded the parchment inside. Dear Mr. Potter, I hope this letter finds you well. I have been following your adventures with great interest, the incident in Arizona, your recent heroics in Romania, your growing reputation among the creature conservation community. I write to offer my congratulations, and also a warning. You have made powerful enemies, Mr. Potter. The collector does not forgive interference, and they do not forget those who have thwarted them. They will come for you eventually. Not today, perhaps not tomorrow, but someday. And when they do, you will need allies. I would like to be one of those allies. We share a common enemy, you and I believe that together we might accomplish what neither could alone. If you are interested in discussing this further, I will be at the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade on the 15th of August. Come alone, or not at all. Until then, I remain your servant, a friend. Harry read the letter twice, his mind racing. No signature, no identifying information, just a cryptic offer of alliance from someone who claimed to oppose the collector. It could be a trap. It probably was a trap. But it could also be exactly what it claimed to be, a chance to learn more about the shadowy figure who had been threatening creatures across the world. Harry folded the letter carefully and tucked it into his pocket. The 15th of August was 3 weeks away. That gave him plenty of time to prepare, and to decide whether this friend was worth the risk of meeting. The journey back to England was quiet. Harry sat in Newt's suitcase, pocket curled in his lap, watching the enchanted sky cycle through its artificial day-night pattern. His mind was full of everything that had happened, the temple, the phoenix fire, the poisoned eggs, the mysterious letter, and he was struggling to process it all. You're thinking too hard, Newt observed, appearing beside him with 2 cups of tea. I can practically see the smoke coming out of your ears. Harry accepted the tea gratefully, letting the warmth seep into his hands. There's a lot to think about. There always is. That's one of the unfortunate realities of our line of work. Newt settled into the chair beside him, his pale eyes kind. But sometimes the best thing you can do is stop thinking and just feel. What does your gut tell you about everything that's happened? Harry considered the question. That the collector is dangerous. More dangerous than we realized. They've got people everywhere, in sanctuaries, in governments, probably in places we haven't even thought to look. And they're building towards something. Something big. All these creatures they've been collecting, it's not random. There's a plan. Yes, Newt agreed quietly. I believe there is. The question is what that plan is, and whether we can stop it before it's too late. Harry thought about the mysterious letter in his pocket. About the offer of alliance, the warning about enemies, the promise of information. There might be someone who knows more, he said carefully. Someone who's been watching what's happening and wants to help. Newt's eyes sharpened. Who? I don't know. They signed the letter, a friend. They want to meet in Hogsmeade in 3 weeks. Harry pulled out the letter and handed it to Newt, watching the old man read through it twice with increasing concern. This is suspicious, Newt said finally. Very suspicious. Meeting a stranger who won't reveal their identity, in a public place, based only on a letter, it has all the hallmarks of a trap. I know. But what if it's not? What if this person really does have information about the collector? Newt was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. If you're determined to pursue this, I won't stop you. But you won't go alone. I'll come with you to Hogsmeade, stay nearby in case something goes wrong. He met Harry's eyes seriously. And if anything feels off, anything at all, you leave immediately. Understood? Understood, Harry agreed. He looked down at the letter again, at the shifting green seal and the cryptic signature. A friend. He would find out soon enough whether that was true. The next 3 weeks passed in a haze of training and preparation. Harry threw himself into his studies with renewed intensity, learning everything Newt and Tina could teach him about defensive magic, creature handling, and the shadowy world of magical trafficking. He practiced his gift constantly, pushing the boundaries of what he could do, learning to reach further and connect deeper. And he waited for the 15th of August. The day arrived grey and rainy, typical for a British summer. Harry dressed in his most nondescript clothes, muggle jeans and a dark jumper, and met Newt at the entrance to the suitcase. Remember, Newt said, pressing a small coin into Harry's palm. This is a portkey. If anything goes wrong, squeeze it and say, home. It will bring you directly back here. Harry pocketed the coin, feeling its reassuring weight. I remember. And, Newt hesitated, something complicated crossing his face. Be careful, Harry. You've grown so much this past year, become so capable, but you're still just a child. You shouldn't have to carry the weight you're carrying. Harry thought about that. About the creatures he'd saved, the enemies he'd made, the fire he carried inside him. Maybe not, he said. But someone has to. And I'd rather it be me than someone who doesn't understand what's at stake. Newt's eyes glistened, and for a moment Harry thought the old man might cry. Instead, he just nodded once and stepped back. Go, then. I'll be at the Hog's Head, watching. If you need me, I'll be there in seconds. Harry turned and walked toward the door that would lead out of the suitcase and into the world. Hogsmeade was bustling despite the rain. Witches and wizards hurried through the streets under umbrellas and water-repelling charms, ducking in and out of shops and pubs. Harry made his way toward the 3 broomsticks, his hood up and his face hidden, trying to look like just another traveler seeking shelter from the weather. The pub was warm and crowded, full of the buzz of conversation and the smell of butterbeer. Harry scanned the room, looking for anyone who might be his mysterious correspondent. His eyes landed on a corner booth, shadowed and private, where a figure sat alone. The figure was wearing a hooded cloak, their face hidden in shadow. But as Harry approached, they looked up, and he caught a glimpse of pale eyes and sharp features that seemed somehow familiar. Mr. Potter, the figure said. Their voice was androgynous, revealing nothing about their identity. How kind of you to come. You said you had information about the collector, Harry said, sliding into the seat across from them. I'm listening. Straight to business. I appreciate that. The figure leaned forward slightly, and Harry caught another glimpse of their face, aristocratic features, silver blonde hair tucked under the hood. But first, let me ask you a question. Why do you care? About the creatures, I mean. About what the collector is doing to them. Because someone has to. That's not an answer. Lots of people care about lots of things without risking their lives for them. What makes you different? Harry thought about the question. About Sunrise and her eggs. About Whisper and their bond. About Pocket, curled in his pocket right now, trusting him completely. Because I can feel what they feel, he said finally. Their fear, their pain, their hope. When I connect with a creature, I become part of them and they become part of me. Hurting them, it's like hurting myself. The figure was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, they reached up and pulled back their hood. Harry's breath caught in his throat. The face beneath the hood belonged to a young woman, maybe 20, maybe younger, with sharp, elegant features and eyes the color of a winter sky. She was beautiful in a cold, austere way, and there was something in her expression that reminded Harry of a caged predator. "My name is Daphne Greengrass," she said. "And I've been looking for someone like you for a very long time." Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Serpent's Tongue. The monsoon rains had transformed the Indian countryside into a sea of mud and mist, but Harry barely noticed. He was too focused on the massive serpent coiled before him, its 3 heads swaying hypnotically in the dim light of the ancient temple. He was 10 years old now, and he was about to have his first conversation with a runespore. "You should not be here, human child," the leftmost head hissed. Its voice, if it could be called a voice, resonated through Harry's mind with an eerie, dreamlike quality. "This place is sacred. This place is ours." "I mean no disrespect," Harry replied, using the strange, sibilant speech that had emerged from somewhere deep inside him the moment he'd entered the temple. "I came to help." The middle head tilted, studying him with cold, calculating eyes. "Help? Humans do not help. Humans take. Humans cage. Humans kill." "Some humans," Harry agreed. "Not all." The rightmost head snorted, an oddly human expression on such an alien creature. "Pretty words. We've heard pretty words before. They mean nothing." Harry held his ground, keeping his breathing steady despite the fear coiling in his gut. The runespore was enormous, easily 20 feet long, with scales that shifted between deep emerald and midnight black. Its 3 heads were distinct personalities, he could feel that through his gift, but they shared a single ancient consciousness that regarded him with deep suspicion. And they had every reason to be suspicious. He'd come to this remote village in the Western Ghats because of a letter from Newt's contacts in the Indian magical community. A runespore had been discovered by Muggles, worshipped as a god for generations, but now threatened by encroaching development and a group of smugglers who'd learned of its existence. The collector's reach, it seemed, extended even here. "I know what's coming," Harry said carefully. "There are people hunting you. People who want to capture you, cage you, sell you to someone who collects rare creatures." The 3 heads exchanged glances, a complex, silent communication that Harry could feel but not quite understand. "We know of these hunters," the left head said finally. Its voice was different now, less hostile, more weary. "We have sensed them circling, felt their magic pressing against our wards. They grow bolder each day." "Then let me help you escape," Harry urged. "I know people who can protect you. Places where you'll be safe." "Safe?" The right head laughed, a harsh, hissing sound. "There is no safe for creatures like us. There is only hiding, running, waiting for the inevitable." "That's not true," Harry insisted. "I've helped others escape. Dragons, Thunderbirds, creatures who thought they had no hope. They're free now, living in places where no hunter can reach them." The middle head leaned closer, its forked tongue flickering inches from Harry's face. "You speak truth. We can taste it. But you are also hiding something. Something important." Harry felt his heart skip. The runespore was right, there was something he hadn't told them. Something he'd been afraid to reveal. "I can speak to you," he said slowly, "because I am a parselmouth. I have the gift of serpent speech." The reaction was immediate. All 3 heads reared back, their eyes widening with shock. The left head began to hiss rapidly, the middle head went perfectly still, and the right head, surprisingly, began to laugh again, this time with something like delight. "A speaker," the right head crowed. "A true speaker, after all these centuries." "Impossible," the left head countered. "The speakers died out. The last one was murdered decades ago. And yet here one stands," the middle had observed. Its calculating gaze had sharpened to something almost predatory. "A child speaker. Young enough to be shaped. Young enough to be useful. "I'm not here to be useful," Harry said, a note of steel entering his voice. "I'm here to help. Will you accept that help or not?" The three heads conferred silently for a long moment. Harry could feel the debate raging between them, trust versus suspicion, hope versus fear, the desperate need for salvation versus the bitter lessons of experience. Finally, the middle head spoke. "We will hear your plan, young speaker. But know this, if you betray us, if this is a trap, we will ensure you regret it for whatever remains of your short human life." "Fair enough," Harry agreed. And he began to explain. The plan was complicated, as all good plans were. Harry had spent weeks preparing for this mission, working with Newt and his network of creature conservationists to identify a safe haven for the runespore. They'd settled on a protected reserve in the Brazilian rainforest, a vast magical sanctuary hidden from mundane eyes, where several other rare serpents had already found refuge. The challenge was getting the runespore there without being intercepted by the collector's agents. "The smugglers have been tracking the creature for months," Newt had explained during their planning sessions. "They know it's in this region, but the temple's ancient wards have kept them at bay. Once those wards fall, and they will fall, given enough time and resources, the runespore will be completely vulnerable. So we move it before that happens," Harry had said. "Exactly. But we need to be clever about it. The collector has eyes everywhere. If they realize what we're doing, they'll intercept us before we get 10 miles. The solution they devised involved misdirection, timing, and a healthy dose of chaos. First, Harry would convince the runespore to trust him, something he was still working on. Then, under cover of the monsoon storm, they would slip out of the temple through an underground passage that Newt had discovered in ancient texts. A carefully prepared portkey would transport them to a safe house in Mumbai, where they would wait for the heat to die down before making the final journey to Brazil. It was risky. It was complicated. It might not work. But it was the best chance the runespore had. "Your plan has merit," the middle head admitted, after Harry had finished explaining. "But it relies on too many variables. What if the hunters find the underground passage? What if the portkey fails? What if we stop asking questions and actually do something?" The right head interrupted. "I'm tired of hiding in this moldy temple, waiting for death to find us. At least this way, we have a chance." "You always were the reckless one," the left head sighed. But there was fondness in its voice, buried beneath the weariness. "Very well. We will trust you, young speaker. For now." Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "Thank you. I promise I won't let you down." "We shall see," the middle head replied. "Now, when do we leave?" "Tonight. As soon as the storm reaches its peak. The rain and thunder will cover our escape." The right head grinned, an unsettling expression on a serpent's face. "Excellent. It's been far too long since I've had a proper adventure." The storm arrived on schedule, a wall of rain and wind that transformed the jungle into a roaring chaos of sound and motion. Harry huddled in the temple entrance, watching the water cascade down the ancient steps, and felt the runespore coil around him in the darkness. "Are you ready?" he asked. "We are always ready," the middle head replied. "The question is whether you are." Harry didn't dignify that with a response. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the communication device Newt had given him, a modified mirror that allowed instant contact across any distance. "Newt? We're moving." The old man's face appeared in the glass, worn but alert. "Copy that. The extraction team is in position. Remember, once you're in the passage, stay low and stay quiet. The hunters have surveillance wards throughout the jungle." "Understood. And Harry?" Newt's voice softened. "Be careful." Harry pocketed the mirror and turned to the runespore. "Let's go." The underground passage was exactly as the ancient texts had described, a narrow tunnel carved through solid rock, sloping downward into darkness. Harry lit his wand and began to descend, the runespore slithering behind him with surprising silence for such a large creature. "This place is old," the left head observed. "Older than the temple above. Older than our memory." "Who built it?" Harry asked. "The first speakers," the middle head replied. "The ones who came before. They created this tunnel as an escape route, a way to save sacred serpents from persecution. They were wise," the right head added. "Unlike most humans." Harry didn't argue. He was too focused on navigating the treacherous passage, which twisted and turned in ways that defied logic. Several times they had to squeeze through openings barely wide enough for the runespore's bulk, and once they had to swim through a flooded section that left Harry gasping and shivering. But they kept moving. After what felt like hours, though Harry's watch insisted it had only been 40 minutes, the passage began to slope upward. Fresh air filtered down from somewhere ahead, carrying the scent of rain and jungle and freedom. Almost there, Harry sent. Just a little further. They emerged into a small clearing, hidden from view by dense vegetation and the remnants of an ancient ward system. The extraction team was waiting for them, a group of 4 wizards in dark robes, their faces obscured by enchantments. "You made it," the leader said, stepping forward. "We were starting to worry." "We're here," Harry replied, suddenly wary. Something felt wrong. The wizards' posture, their positioning, the way they weren't looking at the runespore with the appropriate level of awe or caution. "Trap," the middle head hissed suddenly. "This is a trap." The wizards moved. Spells flew from 4 directions at once, and Harry barely managed to throw himself aside as a stunner scorched the air where his head had been. The runespore reared up, all 3 heads hissing with fury, but chains were already erupting from the ground, enchanted chains designed specifically to bind magical serpents. "Take the creature alive," one of the wizards shouted. "But the boy is expendable." Harry's wand was in his hand before he consciously decided to draw it. He fired a disarming spell at the nearest attacker, then rolled behind a tree as return fire shattered the bark above his head. This was bad. This was very, very bad. He'd walked into exactly the kind of trap Newt had warned him about. The collector's agents had anticipated their escape route, replaced the extraction team, and now they were moments away from capturing both Harry and the runespore. "Fight," the right head snarled. "We will not be caged again." The runespore struck with lightning speed, its 3 heads attacking in perfect coordination. One wizard went down with puncture wounds in his shoulder, screaming as venom flooded his system. Another stumbled back, narrowly avoiding a bite that would have taken his head off. But the other 2 were focused on the chains, and the enchanted metal was wrapping tighter and tighter around the serpent's massive body. Harry didn't think. He reached for the fire. It had been dormant since Romania, the phoenix flame banking itself in the deepest part of his being. But now, faced with this desperate situation, he felt it roar back to life with a fury that took his breath away. Golden light erupted from Harry's hands. The flames weren't like normal fire, they didn't burn the jungle or char the ground. Instead, they sought out the enchanted chains, wrapping around them, consuming the dark magic that powered them. The metal glowed white-hot and then simply dissolved, leaving the runespore free and unbound. "What the?" one of the remaining wizards gasped, staring at Harry with horror. Harry didn't give him time to recover. He pushed the fire outward, not to harm but to terrify, and the flames formed the shape of a phoenix, wings spread, beak open in a silent scream. The 2 conscious wizards took one look at the blazing apparition and disapparated, abandoning their mission and their fallen comrades. The clearing fell silent except for the patter of rain and the labored breathing of Harry's would-be captors. "Impressive," the middle head observed, its voice carrying a new note of respect. "You are full of surprises, young speaker." "We need to move," Harry replied, fighting to control the fire still burning in his veins. "They'll be back with reinforcements." "The portkey?" Harry pulled the small stone from his pocket, the backup portkey Newt had insisted he carry. "This will take us to Mumbai." From there, we can contact the real extraction team. Then let us go, the left head said. Before more hunters arrive. Harry held the portkey out, the runespore coiled around his arm, and spoke the activation word. The world twisted, and they were gone. Mumbai was chaos. The safe house was a cramped apartment in a magical district hidden behind an old textile factory, and Harry barely had time to catch his breath before Newt's face appeared in the communication mirror. Harry. Thank Merlin, we lost contact when, the old man stopped, his eyes widening as he took in Harry's appearance. What happened? You look like you've been through a war. The extraction team was compromised, Harry said flatly. The collector's agents replaced them. We walked right into a trap. Newt's face went pale. Are you hurt? Is the runespore? We're both fine. Harry hesitated, glancing at the three-headed serpent coiled in the corner of the room. I used the phoenix fire. It was the only way to break the chains. Newt stopped, processing this. Harry, that fire is dangerous. Using it untrained, in combat, you could have burned yourself out completely. I know. But I didn't have a choice. The runespore's middle head lifted, its eyes fixed on the mirror. The old one speaks truth, young speaker. The fire you carry is not meant to be used as a weapon. It is meant for healing, for purification. What you did tonight, it could have destroyed you. But it didn't, Harry replied. And we're alive because of it. This time, the left head added ominously. What about next time? Harry didn't have an answer to that. They spent 2 days in the Mumbai safe house, waiting for the heat to die down and for Newt to arrange an alternative extraction. The runespore passed the time by teaching Harry the finer points of Parseltongue, the subtle nuances of inflection and emotion that separated a true speaker from someone who merely knew the words. Parseltongue is not just a language, the middle head explained. It is a way of seeing the world. When you speak to us in our tongue, you are not just communicating, you are connecting. Sharing. Becoming, for a moment, one of us. Is that why other speakers have been so feared? Harry asked. Because they could connect with serpents so deeply? Partly, the left head replied. But also because the connection goes both ways. A speaker who bonds with a serpent gains access to our knowledge, our power, our perspective. And serpent perspective is, not always comfortable for humans. How do you mean? The right head laughed, that harsh, hissing sound that Harry was starting to find almost endearing. We see the world as it is, young speaker. Not as humans wish it to be. We see the hunger beneath the politeness, the fear beneath the bravery, the cruelty beneath the kindness. We see truth. And that's dangerous, Harry said slowly. Because most people don't want to see truth. Precisely. The middle head's eyes gleamed with something like approval. You understand more than most. Perhaps you truly are worthy of the gift you carry. On the third day, everything changed. Harry was practicing a complex Parseltongue meditation technique when the door to the safe house exploded inward. He dove for cover, his wand already in his hand, but the attackers weren't aiming for him. They were aiming for the runespore. Bind the serpent, a familiar voice shouted. Ignore the boy, he's just the bait. Harry's blood ran cold. He knew that voice. Corvinus Blackwood stepped through the shattered doorway, his pale hair immaculate despite the destruction around him, his cold eyes fixed on the runespore with an expression of hungry triumph. Did you really think you could hide from me, little speaker? He asked, his voice silky and dangerous. I've been tracking you since Romania. Every move you've made, every creature you've saved, I know it all. Get away from them, Harry snarled, positioning himself between Blackwood and the runespore. Or what? You'll set me on fire? Blackwood laughed. I know about your little trick with the phoenix flame. Impressive, I'll admit, but ultimately useless. The collector has been studying phoenix magic for decades. We know its limitations. He raised his wand, and Harry felt something cold wash over him, a suppression field, dampening his magic, pushing the phoenix fire deep into the recesses of his being where he couldn't reach it. "There," Blackwood said with satisfaction. "Now you're just a boy with a stick. And soon, you'll be a boy without a serpent." The runespore struck. All three heads moved in perfect unison, fangs bared, venom dripping. Blackwood's eyes widened and he leaped backward, barely avoiding the attack. His companions weren't as lucky, two went down immediately, their screams cut short as the venom did its work. But more agents were pouring through the door, and even the mighty runespore couldn't fight them all. "Go," the middle head commanded, its mental voice urgent. "Speaker, you must go. I won't leave you. You must." The left head turned to look at him, its ancient eyes filled with something like peace. "We have lived many centuries, young one. We have seen empires rise and fall, watched the world change beyond recognition. We are not afraid of death. But we are afraid of what will happen if you die," the right head added. "You are the last speaker. The only one who can stop the collector. If they take you, everything is lost. I can't, go." The command was overwhelming, backed by the full force of three ancient minds. Harry felt himself being pushed toward the back of the room, toward a window that led to a narrow alley below. "Remember us," the runespore sent, as chains began to wrap around its massive body once again. "Remember what we taught you. And when the time comes, I'll stop them," Harry promised, tears streaming down his face. "I swear I'll stop them." "We know you will." Harry threw himself through the window and ran. The next few hours were a nightmare. Harry fled through the magical district of Mumbai, using every trick Newt had taught him to evade pursuit. He changed his appearance with glamours, doubled back on his trail, used the chaos of the monsoon crowds to disappear into the masses of humanity. But he couldn't stop thinking about the runespore. About the three heads that had argued and laughed and taught him secrets that no human had learned in centuries. About the way they'd sacrificed themselves to save him. "Remember us," they'd said. He would. He would remember them forever. Eventually, he found his way to the emergency portkey location Newt had designated, a small shrine on the outskirts of the city, hidden from mundane eyes. The old man was already there, his face gray with worry. "Harry." Newt stopped as he took in Harry's expression. "The runespore. Captured." Harry's voice was hollow. "Blackwood was there. They were waiting for us." Newt closed his eyes, pain flickering across his weathered features. "I'm so sorry, Harry. I should have anticipated, it's not your fault." Harry cut him off, a strange calm settling over him. "They knew we were coming. They've known every move we've made. Which means they have a source. Someone on the inside. You think there's a traitor in my network? I think the collector has eyes everywhere. Just like you always said." Harry met Newt's eyes, and the old man flinched at what he saw there. "This is a war, isn't it? Not just a rescue mission, not just conservation work. A real war, with real enemies, real casualties." "Yes," Newt said quietly. "I'm afraid it is. Then we need to start treating it like one." Harry's jaw tightened. "No more running. No more hiding. It's time to go on the offensive." They returned to England 3 days later, using a series of secure portkeys to avoid detection. The Scamander's cottage was as warm and welcoming as always, but Harry couldn't shake the cold that had settled into his bones. The runespore was a significant loss, Tina said, during the debriefing session that followed. Not just for conservation, but for intelligence. That creature had been alive for over 600 years. It knew things about magical history that no other source could provide. Which is probably why the collector wanted it so badly, Newt agreed. The prophetic abilities of the left head alone would be incredibly valuable to someone planning something large-scale. Harry looked up sharply. "Prophetic abilities? You didn't know?" Tina raised an eyebrow. The left head of a runespore is traditionally the visionary, the one that looks to the future. Some of the most accurate prophecies in magical history came from runespore consultations. Harry remembered the left head's final words to him. When the time comes. What had it seen? What future had it glimpsed before giving its life so that Harry could escape? There's something else, Harry said slowly. Something the runespore told me while we were hiding in Mumbai. They said the speakers, the parselmouths, were killed off. The last one was murdered decades ago. Newt and Tina exchanged a glance. They were referring to the last known adult speaker, Newt said carefully. A witch named Alara Selwyn, who was killed in 1976. She was working against the Dark Lord at the time. Voldemort, Harry said flatly. You mean Voldemort? Another exchange of glances. The room seemed to grow colder. Harry, Tina said gently, there's something you need to understand about your Parseltongue ability. It's not just rare, it's almost exclusively associated with the descendants of Salazar Slytherin. The bloodline that eventually produced Voldemort, Harry finished. You're saying I'm related to Voldemort? Not exactly. Newt leaned forward, his pale eyes serious. What we're saying is that your ability might have come from the same source as his, but in a different way. There are theories about what happened the night your parents died, about how you survived the killing curse. Some believe that when Voldemort's curse failed, a piece of his magic was transferred to you. His magic, Harry repeated. Not his soul or anything like that. Just his magic. Just his magic, Newt confirmed. Including, apparently, the ability to speak Parseltongue. Harry absorbed this in silence. It should have been horrifying, learning that his gift came from the darkest wizard of the age, but somehow it wasn't. The runespore had taught him that Parseltongue was just a tool, a way of seeing and connecting. It wasn't evil in itself, any more than a wand was evil for being used to cast dark curses. Does it matter? He asked finally. Where the ability came from, I mean. Does it change what I do with it? Newt smiled, a small, proud smile. No. It doesn't. What matters is the choice you make about how to use your gifts. And so far, Harry, you've chosen to use them for good. Then that's all that matters. Harry stood, his resolve hardening. Now, how do we find out what the collector is planning? And how do we stop them? The answer came from an unexpected source. 3 days after their return to England, an owl arrived at the Scamander's cottage bearing a letter with a familiar green seal. Harry opened it with trembling hands, already knowing what he would find. Dear Mr. Potter, I apologize for the abruptness of our last meeting, and for the unfortunate events that followed in Mumbai. I want you to know that I had nothing to do with the attack on you and your serpentine companion, that was entirely the collector's doing, and it has strengthened my resolve to see them stopped. The runespore still lives. I have confirmed this through my own sources. The collector is keeping it at their primary facility, along with dozens of other captured creatures. I believe I know the location of this facility, and I am willing to share this information with you. But I must warn you, the collector has become aware of your activities, and they consider you a significant threat. There is a tribunal scheduled at the Ministry of Magic next week, at which charges will be brought against you for endangering magical creatures and practicing dark magic without a license. These charges are baseless, but the collector has significant influence within the ministry, and the outcome is far from certain. I will do what I can to help you at the tribunal, but I need you to understand the stakes. If you are convicted, you will be sent to Azkaban. If you flee, you will be a fugitive. Either way, your ability to fight the collector will be severely compromised. The choice is yours. But whatever you decide, know that you have allies. You are not alone in this fight. Yours, Daphne Greengrass. Harry read the letter twice, his mind racing. A tribunal. Charges. The threat of Azkaban. The collector was making their move. The Ministry of Magic was exactly as intimidating as Harry had imagined. He stood in the center of the largest courtroom, facing a panel of 50 witches and wizards in plum-colored robes. The galleries above were packed with spectators, some curious, some hostile, most simply eager for entertainment. And at the head of the panel, presiding over the proceedings with an expression of barely concealed distaste, sat Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. The charges against the accused are as follows, a clerk intoned, reading from a scroll. First, the practice of dark magic, specifically Parseltongue, a known marker of dark wizard lineage. Second, the endangerment of multiple magical creatures through reckless and unauthorized intervention. Third, the theft of a Chinese fireball dragon from the Romanian dragon sanctuary. Fourth, conspiracy to undermine the authority of the International Confederation of Wizards. Harry listened to the charges with growing disbelief. They'd accused him of stealing sunrise. Of practicing dark magic. Of conspiracy. How does the accused plead? Fudge asked, his voice dripping with false sympathy. Not guilty, Harry said clearly. To all charges. Murmurs rippled through the gallery. Fudge's expression soured. Very well. The prosecution may present its case. The next 3 hours were some of the worst of Harry's life. Witness after witness came forward to testify against him. Ministry officials who claimed he had disturbed protected species. Sanctuary workers who had been bribed or threatened into providing false testimony. A dark magic expert who insisted that Parseltongue was an infallible indicator of evil intent. Through it all, Harry sat in silence, watching the case against him build like a tower of lies. And then, just when things seemed hopeless, the doors of the courtroom burst open. I believe, a familiar voice said, cutting through the chaos, that the defense would like to call a witness. Newt Scamander strode into the courtroom, his battered coat flapping behind him, his pale eyes blazing with righteous fury. Behind him came Tina, Charlie Weasley, Dr. Ionescu from Romania, and at least a dozen other creature conservationists from around the world. Mr. Scamander, Fudge spluttered. This is highly irregular. What's irregular, Minister, is the blatant miscarriage of justice I've witnessed this afternoon. Newt's voice was calm but carried a weight of authority that silenced the room. This boy is not a dark wizard. He is a hero. He has saved more magical creatures in the past 3 years than most people encounter in a lifetime. He gestured to the witnesses behind him. These people are here to testify on his behalf. They represent sanctuaries, reserves, and conservation efforts across 6 continents. They have seen firsthand what Harry Potter is capable of, not dark magic, but profound compassion. Not cruelty, but courage. Fudge's face was turning an interesting shade of purple. This is, you can't simply, furthermore, Newt continued, as if the minister hadn't spoken, I have evidence that these charges were fabricated by individuals connected to an illegal creature trafficking network. A network that Harry has been actively fighting for the past 3 years. He pulled a folder from inside his coat and placed it on the prosecutor's table with a decisive thunk. In this folder, you will find documentation of over 40 instances of creature smuggling connected to a figure known only as the Collector. You will find testimony from captured smugglers identifying their employer. And you will find financial records linking several members of this very body to payments from the Collector's organization. The courtroom erupted. Wizards and witches were shouting, pointing fingers, demanding answers. Several members of the Wizengamot were trying to edge toward the exits, their faces pale with panic. Fudge was banging his gavel and screaming for order, but no one was listening. In the chaos, Harry felt a hand touch his shoulder. He turned to find Daphne Greengrass standing beside him, her pale eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Well done, she murmured. Though I admit, Scamander's timing was better than I expected. You planned this? I provided the evidence. Scamander provided the dramatic entrance. She shrugged elegantly. We each have our strengths. Harry looked around at the chaos consuming the courtroom, the accusations flying, the the guilty parties scrambling to escape, the honest members of the Whinging demanding investigations and accountability. "Is it over?" he asked. "The tribunal?" "Yes. The charges will be dismissed within the hour." Daphne's expression darkened. "But the larger fight? That's just beginning. The collector will not take this defeat lightly. They'll strike back, harder than before. Let them." Harry's voice was quiet but firm. "I'm ready." The aftermath of the tribunal was chaotic but ultimately satisfying. The charges against Harry were dismissed, as Daphne had predicted. 3 members of the Whinging were arrested for their connections to the collector's organization. And the ministry was forced to launch an official investigation into magical creature trafficking, something that should have happened years ago. But Harry knew this was just one battle in a much larger war. "The collector is still out there," he said to Newt, as they walked through the corridors of the ministry toward the exit. "The runespore is still captive. We haven't won anything except time." "Time is valuable," Newt replied. "It gives us the chance to prepare, to gather allies, to plan our next move." "What is our next move?" Newt stopped walking and turned to face Harry. His pale eyes were serious, but there was something else there too, something that looked almost like excitement. "Daphne Greengrass says she knows where the collector's facility is located. A hidden compound somewhere in the Scottish Highlands, protected by ancient wards and modern security." Harry's heart began to race. "We're going to raid it?" "Eventually, yes. But first, we need to gather more intelligence. We need to know exactly what we're walking into, and we need allies powerful enough to make a difference." Newt paused, his expression growing thoughtful. "There's also the matter of your Hogwarts letter." Harry blinked. "My what?" "Your Hogwarts letter. It should arrive within the next few months. You'll be 11 soon, after all. And while I've done my best to prepare you for the magical world, there are things you can only learn at school." "You want me to go to Hogwarts?" Harry couldn't quite believe it. "Now? With everything that's happening? Especially now." Newt's voice was gentle but firm. "Harry, you've been fighting battles that most adults couldn't handle. You've faced dragons and smugglers and dark wizards, and you've survived. But survival isn't enough. You need knowledge. Skills. Connections. Hogwarts can give me those. Hogwarts can give you a foundation. A place to learn and grow and discover who you really are." Newt smiled. "And besides, the collector won't expect you to be there. They'll be looking for you in sanctuaries and safe house, not in a school full of children." Harry considered this. He'd always known he would go to Hogwarts eventually, it was part of the plan Newt had laid out years ago, but he'd never thought about it as a strategic move. "All right," he said finally. "I'll go to Hogwarts. But I'm not abandoning the fight. I wouldn't expect you to." Newt's smile widened. "In fact, I'm counting on it." The summer passed quickly after that. Harry split his time between training with the Scamanders and preparing for his first year at Hogwarts. He practiced spells that would help him protect himself and others. He studied the magical creatures he might encounter in the Forbidden Forest. And he maintained his bonds with Whisper and the other creatures who had become his family. "You're leaving," Whisper observed one evening, as they flew together over the desert landscape of the Arizona sanctuary. "I can feel it in your mind. You're preparing to go somewhere new." "Hogwarts," Harry confirmed. "It's a school for young witches and wizards. I'll be there for most of the year." "A school." The Thunderbird's mental voice carried a note of amusement. "They will try to teach you things you already know. They will treat you like a child who has never faced danger." "Probably," Harry agreed. "But I'll learn things too. Things that might help us fight the Collector. The Shadow Gatherer." Whisper's amusement faded into something darker. "I have felt their presence, even from here. They are growing stronger, little speaker. Whatever they are planning, it is nearly ready." I know. Harry's hands tightened on Whisper's feathers. That's why I have to get stronger too. Faster. Smarter. Whatever it takes. And you will not face this alone, Whisper reminded him. When you call, I will come. Through storms and mountains and the fire of the sun itself. You are my bonded, Harry Potter. Nothing will keep me from your side. I know, Harry replied, and he felt the truth of it resonate through their bond. Thank you, Whisper. For everything. Thank me when the Shadow Gatherer falls, Whisper said. Until then, there is only the work. On the last night before Harry was due to leave for Hogwarts, something unexpected happened. He was in his room at the Scamander's cottage, packing his trunk with the supplies he would need for school, when a sound at the window made him turn. An owl was perched on the sill, but not just any owl. This one was pure white, with amber eyes that seemed to glow with their own inner light. Harry opened the window, expecting a letter. Instead, the owl hopped inside and regarded him with an expression that was somehow both regal and affectionate. You are the speaker, a voice said in Harry's mind, not the owl's voice, exactly, but something speaking through it. The one who walks between worlds, who speaks to beast and wizard alike. Who are you? Harry asked, reaching out with his gift to understand. A friend, the voice replied. Or rather, many friends. We are the ones you have saved, the creatures you have helped, the lives you have protected. We speak now with one voice to offer you a gift. A gift? This owl. She is young, but she has chosen you as her companion. She will carry your messages, guard your secrets, and stand by your side through whatever trials await. Harry looked at the owl, really looked at her, and felt something click into place. She was beautiful, yes, but there was more to her than beauty. There was intelligence, loyalty, and a fierce determination that reminded him of himself. What's your name? He asked softly. The owl hooted once, and Harry felt a word form in his mind, Hedwig. Hedwig, he repeated. I like it. The owl, Hedwig, hooted again, this time with obvious satisfaction. She hopped onto Harry's shoulder and settled there as if she belonged, her talons gentle against his shirt. She is a gift from all of us, the collective voice said. A reminder that you are never truly alone. Whatever darkness you face, whatever enemies rise against you, we are with you. Always. The presence faded, leaving Harry alone with his new companion. He reached up and stroked Hedwig's soft feathers, feeling a warmth spread through his chest that had nothing to do with phoenix fire. Thank you, he whispered, to the owl and to the creatures who had sent her. I won't let you down. The morning of September 1st dawned bright and clear. Harry stood on the platform at King's Cross Station, his trunk at his feet and Hedwig in her cage, staring at the solid brick wall between platforms 9 and 10. According to Newt, the entrance to platform 9 3/4 was hidden behind that wall. All Harry had to do was walk straight through. Ready? Newt asked, appearing at his side. I think so. Harry took a deep breath. Any last advice? Just one thing. Newt placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, his pale eyes warm. Remember who you are, Harry. Not the boy who lived, not the rumors or the legends, but the person you've become. A protector. A healer. A friend to creatures great and small. I'll remember. And if you ever need help, if things ever become too much, call for Whisper. She'll come. Or contact me through the mirror. Or simply come home. Newt's voice softened. You always have a home here, Harry. Never forget that. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes, but he blinked them back. I won't. He hugged the old man, something he'd never done before, and felt Newt's arms wrap around him in return. For a moment, they simply stood there, grandfather and grandson in all but blood. Then Harry pulled back, squared his shoulders, and walked toward the wall. The Hogwarts Express was exactly as magnificent as Harry had imagined. A gleaming scarlet steam engine, trailing clouds of smoke and magic, waited at the platform while students and parents said their goodbyes. Harry found an empty compartment near the back of the train, stowed his trunk, and settled into the seat by the window. He was watching the chaos on the platform when the compartment door slid open. A girl with bushy brown hair and slightly too large front teeth poked her head in. "Excuse me, do you mind? Everywhere else is full." "Not at all." Harry gestured to the empty seats. "Help yourself." The girl entered, dragging a heavy trunk behind her. She was followed by a round-faced boy who looked nervous and slightly ill. "I'm Hermione Granger," the girl announced, settling into the seat across from Harry. "And this is Neville Longbottom. We just met, actually, but he lost his toad and I offered to help him look." "Harry Potter," Harry replied, and watched their reactions carefully. Hermione's eyes widened. "Harry Potter? Really? I've read all about you in," she stopped herself, apparently recognizing the look on Harry's face. "I mean, it's nice to meet you. I'm sure you get tired of people going on about, you know." "A bit, yeah." Harry relaxed slightly. This girl seemed all right, despite her apparent tendency to read everything she could get her hands on. "What about you, Neville? First year too?" "Why yeah." Neville's voice was barely above a whisper. "My gran wasn't sure I'd even get in. She thought I might be a squib." "That must have been hard," Harry said, and meant it. He knew something about growing up with relatives who didn't believe in him. "It was, but," Neville stopped, his eyes going wide. "Is that an owl?" "She's beautiful. Her name's Hedwig." Harry reached into the cage to stroke her feathers. "She's new. A gift from friends." "Friends," Hermione repeated, her eyes narrowing slightly. "You have unusual friends, Harry Potter." "I suppose I do." Harry smiled, thinking of dragons and thunderbirds and ancient serpents. "But they're the best friends anyone could ask for." The train began to move, pulling away from the platform in a cloud of steam and magic. Harry watched London slide past the window, giving way to suburbs and then to rolling green countryside. A new chapter was beginning. He didn't know what waited for him at Hogwarts, what friends he would make, what enemies he would face, what secrets he would uncover. But he knew one thing for certain. Whatever came, he would face it the same way he'd faced everything else. With courage. With compassion. With the fierce determination to protect those who couldn't protect themselves. The boy who lived was going to school. But more importantly, Harry Potter, Magizoologist, Beast Speaker, and protector of magical creatures, was about to make his presence known. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Eve of Hogwarts. The intelligence came 3 weeks before Harry was due to board the Hogwarts Express. Daphne Greengrass arrived at the Scamander's cottage just after midnight, her silver blonde hair disheveled and her pale eyes bright with urgency. Harry was still awake, he'd been unable to sleep, his mind churning with thoughts of the runespore and the collector and all the unfinished business he'd be leaving behind when he went to school. "They're moving a nundu," Daphne said without preamble, sweeping into the kitchen where Newt and Tina had gathered. "Tomorrow night. From the collector's primary facility to an unknown secondary location." Harry felt his blood chill. A nundu. One of the most dangerous magical creatures in existence, a massive leopard-like beast whose breath alone could wipe out entire villages. Why would they move it? Tina asked, her former aura instincts immediately engaged. The primary facility is their most secure location. Because the primary facility is about to become very insecure. Daphne's smile was thin and predatory. "I've spent the past 6 months cultivating sources within the collector's organization. As of yesterday, I have the exact coordinates of their compound, and the access codes to bypass their outer wards." Newt leaned forward, his pale eyes sharp. "You're proposing a raid." "I'm proposing we end this." Daphne pulled a rolled parchment from inside her cloak and spread it on the kitchen table. It was a map, detailed, annotated, showing a sprawling complex hidden in the Scottish Highlands. The collector has been gathering creatures for years, building toward something. We still don't know what that something is, but we know it requires powerful magical specimens. If we can liberate those specimens, we cripple whatever they're planning, Harry finished. He was already studying the map, memorizing layouts and guard positions and potential escape routes. The runespore. Is it still there? Daphne nodded. Along with at least 40 other creatures. Dragons, phoenixes, thunderbirds, creatures I don't even have names for. The collector has been busy. This is insane, Tina said flatly. We're talking about assaulting a fortified compound with unknown defensive capabilities, against an enemy whose resources and reach we've barely begun to understand. And you want to do this with, what? The four of us? Not just us. Daphne's smile widened. I've been building a coalition, Mrs. Scamander. Every sanctuary Harry has helped, every conservationist who's been affected by the collector's operations, every creature lover who's tired of watching their work destroyed. They're ready to fight. How many? 37 witches and wizards, drawn from 12 countries. Plus whatever creatures we can convince to join us. Daphne's eyes met Harry's. And I believe our young friend here has some rather impressive allies of his own. Harry thought of Whisper, waiting in Arizona. Of Sunrise, somewhere in the mountains of China with her children. Of all the creatures he'd helped over the past 4 years, the bonds he'd forged, the promises he'd made. I can call them, he said quietly. When the time comes, they'll come. Newt was silent for a long moment, his weathered face unreadable. Then, slowly, he nodded. Very well. If we're going to do this, we do it properly. He looked at each of them in turn, Daphne with her cold determination, Tina with her professional wariness, Harry with his fierce resolve. We have 3 weeks. That's not much time, but it will have to be enough. 3 weeks. Harry frowned. But the Nundu is being moved tomorrow night, which is why tomorrow night, we watch and learn. Newt's voice was firm. We observe their security protocols, identify weaknesses, gather intelligence. The real operation comes later, when we're truly ready. And if they move more creatures in the meantime? If they complete whatever they're planning before we can act? Then we adapt. Newt's eyes were steady. But we don't rush in unprepared, Harry. Not against an enemy this dangerous. That's how people die. Harry wanted to argue, every instinct screaming at him to act now, to save the creatures suffering in that compound, but he forced himself to nod. Newt was right. Rushing in had nearly gotten him killed in Mumbai. If they were going to bring down the collector, they needed to do it properly. 3 weeks, he agreed. But then we end this. The preparation phase was the most intense 3 weeks of Harry's life. Every day brought new challenges. Training sessions with Tina, pushing his combat skills to their limits. Strategy meetings with Daphne and her coalition of creature conservationists. Magical theory lessons with Newt, learning advanced techniques for calming frightened creatures and coordinating with magical beasts in combat situations. And every night, Harry reached out through his bonds. He contacted Whisper first, explaining the situation and asking for her help. The Thunderbird's response was immediate and enthusiastic. Finally, she sent, her mental voice crackling with electricity. A true battle. I have been waiting for this, bonded. My lightning hungers for those who cage our kind. Then Sunrise, deep in the mountains of China where she'd been raising her children. My little ones are strong now, the dragon replied, when Harry explained what he needed. Strong enough to fly to your side. We will come, speaker. When you call, we will burn your enemies to ash. One by one, Harry reached out to every creature he'd helped over the years. Some couldn't come, too young, too old, too far away to make the journey in time. But many could. And many would. By the end of the second week, Harry had commitments from over 24 magical creatures, Thunderbirds, dragons, hippogriffs, and others. A flying army, ready to descend on the collector's compound when the signal was given. This is unprecedented, Newt said quietly, reviewing the list of creature allies. In all my years, I've never seen anything like it. A coalition of magical beasts, willingly joining a human cause. They're not joining a human cause, Harry corrected. They're joining my cause. And my cause has always been their cause. Newt smiled, that small, proud smile that Harry had come to treasure. Yes. I suppose it has. The reconnaissance mission on the night of the Nunda transfer provided crucial intelligence. Harry, Newt, and Daphne observed from a concealed position on a neighboring hillside, using enchanted binoculars and detection spells to monitor the collector's compound. What they saw was both encouraging and terrifying. The compound was vast, larger than Harry had imagined, sprawling across several acres of magically concealed terrain. Multiple buildings housed different types of creatures, separated by species and danger level. Guard towers ringed the perimeter, staffed by witches and wizards in dark robes. And in the center of it all, a massive stone structure that Daphne identified as the collector's personal headquarters. The Nundu is being held in the eastern wing, Daphne murmured, pointing to a heavily fortified building. Maximum security. Anti-apparition wards, magical suppressors, the works. And the runespore? Harry asked. Central holding facility. Along with most of the other high-value specimens. Harry watched as a convoy of armored carriages rolled through the compound's main gate, heading toward the eastern wing. The Nunda transfer. Whatever the collector needed the creature for, it was important enough to warrant this level of security. There, Newt said suddenly, pointing toward the main building. Look. A figure had emerged onto a balcony overlooking the compound. Even from this distance, Harry recognized them. Corvinus Blackwood. The pale-haired wizard stood with his arms folded, watching the Nunda transfer with an expression of satisfied ownership. He looked exactly as he had in Mumbai, cold, confident, utterly in control. But he wasn't alone. Behind him, half hidden in shadow, stood another figure. Taller than Blackwood, broader, wrapped in robes that seemed to absorb light itself. Harry couldn't make out their features, the shadows were too deep, the distance too great, but something about their presence made his skin crawl. That's the collector, Daphne whispered. It has to be. Blackwood is just the public face, that's the one who's really in charge. Harry tried to reach out with his gift, to get some sense of the shadowed figure's emotions or intentions. But there was nothing. Just a cold, empty void where a consciousness should have been. Whatever the collector was, they weren't entirely human anymore. The final week of preparation was a blur of last-minute adjustments and contingency planning. Charlie Weasley arrived from Romania with a team of dragon handlers, ready to coordinate the assault on the aerial defenses. Dr. Ionescu came with medical supplies and healing expertise. Wizards and witches from a dozen countries gathered at a secure staging area, preparing for an operation that could change the course of magical creature conservation forever. And through it all, Harry felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. This was his fight. His allies, his creatures, his war. If things went wrong, if people died, if creatures were hurt, it would be his fault. You're thinking too much again, Tina observed, finding him alone on the night before the operation. I can see the gears grinding from across the room. I'm just trying to prepare for everything that could go wrong. That's impossible. Something always goes wrong in operations like this. Tina sat down beside him, her dark eyes sympathetic. The question isn't whether things will go wrong, it's how you'll respond when they do. I don't know if I'm ready for this, Harry admitted. I'm 11 years old. I should be worrying about Hogwarts and making friends and learning magic, not leading an army into battle against a shadowy criminal mastermind. Should you? Tina's voice was gentle but probing. Harry, you've been fighting this war since you were 7. You've faced dragons, survived assassination attempts, stood trial before the Wizengamot. You've done more for magical creatures in 4 years than most conservationists accomplish in a lifetime. That doesn't mean I'm qualified to, it means exactly that. Tina cut him off firmly. You didn't choose this path, Harry. But you've walked it with courage and compassion and an unwavering commitment to doing what's right. That makes you more qualified than most. Harry was quiet for a moment, absorbing her words. Then, slowly, he nodded. I'm still scared, he said. Good. Fear keeps you sharp. Tina smiled. Now get some rest. Tomorrow is going to be a long day. Dawn broke grey and misty over the Scottish Highlands. Harry stood at the edge of the staging area, watching the sun struggle to pierce the cloud cover. Around him, the coalition was preparing for the assault, checking wands, reviewing maps, making final adjustments to equipment and strategy. In a few hours, it would all begin. Harry. Newt appeared beside him, his battered coat buttoned against the morning chill. There's something I need to give you. Something I've been saving for this moment. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, leather-bound book. It was old, ancient, really, the cover worn smooth by generations of hands. This is my original field journal, Newt said quietly. The one I kept during my first years of creature study. Every observation, every insight, every lesson I learned about understanding and protecting magical beasts. He pressed it into Harry's hands. I want you to have it. Harry stared at the book, overwhelmed. Newt, I can't, this is irreplaceable, which is exactly why you should have it. Newt's pale eyes were warm. You've become more than my apprentice, Harry. You've become my legacy. Everything I've worked for, everything I believe in, it lives on in you. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. I don't know what to say. Say you'll survive today. Say you'll continue the work, whatever happens. Newt placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Say you'll make an old man proud. I will, Harry promised. I swear I will. Newt nodded once, then turned to join the others. Harry watched him go, clutching the journal like a talisman. Whatever happened today, he wouldn't let Newt down. The assault began at noon. Harry led the aerial strike force, a flying wedge of Thunderbirds, dragons, and hippogriffs that descended on the collector's compound like the wrath of nature itself. Whisper was beneath him, her wings crackling with barely contained lightning, her mental voice a constant stream of battle awareness. Guards on the east tower, I'll take them. Dragon fire incoming from the north, evade left. Your sunrise is burning through the main gate, the ground forces will be inside in moments. Harry directed, coordinated, commanded. Through his bonds with the creatures, he could sense the entire battlefield, feel the fear of the guards as dragons descended on their positions, the rage of caged creatures sensing freedom approaching, the cold fury of the collector's leadership as their impenetrable fortress crumbled. Push through, he shouted, banking Whisper toward the central holding facility. We need to reach the prisoners. The air was chaos, spells and fire and lightning and screaming. Harry saw Charlie Weasley's team engaging the compound's dragon defenses, saw Daphne Greengrass leading a ground assault on the main building, saw Newt and Tina fighting side by side with a coordination born of decades of partnership. And then they reached the central facility. The building was massive, a fortress within a fortress, designed to contain creatures that could level cities. Harry leaped from Whisper's back and hit the ground running, his wand in one hand and the other outstretched to project calm toward the caged creatures inside. I'm coming, he sent, pushing the message toward every mind he could reach. Help is coming. Hold on. The doors were reinforced with magic, but a combined blast from 3 dragons reduced them to splinters. Harry plunged inside, followed by a strike team of conservationists and creatures. The interior was a nightmare. Cages lined the walls, stacked 3 and 4 high, each containing a creature that radiated suffering. Harry saw bowtruckles and nifflers, kelpies and grabhorns, phoenixes with their fires dimmed and thunderbirds with their wings clipped. The collector had been gathering specimens for years, and the evidence of that collection was on horrific display. But Harry's eyes were drawn to one cage in particular. The runespore. The three-headed serpent was coiled in a cell near the back of the facility, its scales dull with malnutrition and its eyes clouded with despair. But when Harry reached out with his gift, he felt a spark of recognition, a flicker of hope cutting through the darkness. "Speaker," the middle head sent weakly. "You came. You actually came." "I promised I would," Harry replied, running toward the cage. "I'm going to get you out of here." He raised his wand to blast open the lock, and everything went wrong. The spell hit Harry from behind, a wave of force that slammed him into the stone wall and left him gasping for breath. His wand flew from his grip, clattering across the floor. And when he looked up, Corvinus Blackwood was standing over him, his pale eyes gleaming with triumph. "Did you really think it would be that easy?" Blackwood asked, his voice dripping with contempt. "Did you really believe you could simply walk into our facility and take what you wanted?" Harry tried to rise, but his body wasn't responding properly. Whatever spell Blackwood had used, it had left him paralyzed from the neck down. "We knew you were coming, little speaker." Blackwood began to pace, his wand twirling idly in his fingers. "We've known for weeks. Every ally you gathered, every creature you contacted, every element of your little assault, we've been watching it all." "Harry." Whisper's mental voice was frantic. "I can feel your pain, what's happening?" "Trap," Harry sent back, fighting through the paralysis. "Get the others out." "Leave me." "I will never leave you, that's an order, Whisper." "Get them out. Save the creatures." "I'll find another way." He felt her anguish, her desperate desire to disobey. But ultimately, the bond between them was stronger than her fear. She trusted him. She always had. "I'll come back for you," she promised. "Whatever happens, I'll come back." Then she was gone, pulling back from his immediate awareness to coordinate the rescue of the caged creatures. Around him, Harry could hear the sounds of battle continuing, his allies still fighting, still trying to complete the mission, but Blackwood didn't seem concerned. "Let them take the minor specimens," he said dismissively. "The truly valuable ones have already been moved. What your friends are rescuing is barely worth the cages that held them." "Then why are you still here?" Harry demanded. "Why not run like the coward you are?" Blackwood's smile vanished. He crouched down, bringing his face close to Harry's. "Because the collector wants to meet you, little speaker. They've been watching your progress for years, impressed by your gifts, your determination, your connection to the magical world's most powerful creatures." His voice dropped to a whisper. "They think you might be useful. I'll never work for you. You won't have a choice." Blackwood straightened, gesturing toward the shadows at the back of the room. "Come. See for yourself." The shadows moved. The figure that emerged was tall and broad, wrapped in robes that seemed to drink in light. But now, at close range, Harry could finally see their face. It was ancient, impossibly ancient, the skin like cracked parchment stretched over sharp bones. The eyes were black from lid to lid, no white or iris visible, just endless darkness. And when the figure spoke, its voice was like the rustling of dead leaves in a winter wind. "Harry Potter," the collector said. At last. Up close, the wrongness of the collector was even more pronounced. It wasn't just their appearance, though that was disturbing enough. It was the sense of them, the way they existed in the world. Harry's gift, which had always allowed him to feel the emotions of creatures around him, found nothing when it reached toward the collector. Not coldness or cruelty or hate, but absence. A void where a consciousness should have been. "What are you?" Harry asked, forcing his voice to remain steady. "An excellent question." The collector's lipless mouth curved into something like a smile. I am what happens when a wizard devotes themselves entirely to the pursuit of power. When they sacrifice their humanity for knowledge, their soul for immortality. You're not human anymore. I haven't been human for a very long time. The collector moved closer, their dark robes trailing across the floor. But I remember what it was like. The weakness of flesh, the limitations of mortal magic. I transcended all of that centuries ago. By stealing power from magical creatures, Harry said. It wasn't a question. By harvesting their essence, yes. Each creature I consume adds their strength to my own. The collector gestured toward the cages around them. A thunderbird's control of weather. A phoenix's ability to be reborn. A dragon's fire immunity. Over the centuries, I have accumulated the powers of hundreds of species. Harry felt sick. All those creatures, all that suffering, it was all just fuel for this monster's hunger for power. Why are you telling me this? Because I want you to understand what you're facing. The collector's black eyes bore into Harry's. And because I want you to understand the offer I'm about to make. They raised one ancient hand, and Harry felt the paralysis that gripped his body suddenly release. He staggered to his feet, looking around for his wand, but Blackwood had already collected it. You have a gift, Harry Potter, the collector continued. A rare and precious gift. The ability to communicate with magical creatures, to form bonds with them, to understand their very essence. They tilted their head, studying Harry like a specimen. Do you know what that gift could mean, in the right hands? You want to use me to capture more creatures, Harry said flatly. To help you hunt them down. Capture them, yes. But more than that, understand them. The beasts I consume resist me, fight me, die screaming as their power becomes mine. But you could convince them to surrender willingly. To offer their essence without a struggle. The collector's smile widened. Imagine it. Every magical creature in the world, bowing before us. Every power, every ability, every secret, ours to command. Harry stared at the ancient monster before him, trying to comprehend the scale of what was being proposed. Total domination of all magical creatures. An empire built on suffering and exploitation. No, he said. The collector's smile didn't waver. I expected that answer. Young, idealistic, convinced that the world can be saved through kindness and compassion. They shook their heads slowly. But you will reconsider. In time, everyone does. I won't change my mind. Perhaps not. But there are ways to change minds that don't rely on persuasion. The collector gestured to Blackwood. Take him to the ritual chamber. We begin the binding ceremony immediately. Blackwood seized Harry's arm, and the world dissolved into darkness. The ritual chamber was deep beneath the compound, carved from living rock and lit by torches that burned with unnatural green flames. Harry was bound to an altar at the center of the room, his arms and legs secured by chains that pulsed with suppressive magic. Around him, a circle of runes had been inscribed in what looked horribly like blood. And at the edge of the circle, the collector was preparing something, a complex arrangement of crystals and artifacts that hummed with terrible power. The binding ritual is ancient, the collector explained, their back to Harry as they worked. Developed by the first practitioners of blood magic, refined over millennia. It will forge a connection between us, your gift channeled through my will. I'll fight it, Harry said. Whatever you do to me, I'll fight. Of course you will. That's part of the process. The collector turned, holding a crystal vial filled with something dark and viscous. Your resistance will make the bond stronger, your suffering will fuel the magic, and in the end, you will serve me as completely as if you had chosen to do so willingly. They approached the altar, the vial raised, and the ceiling exploded. Dragon fire poured through the shattered stone, a torrent of flame that turned the ritual chamber into an inferno. Harry heard screaming, Blackwood, the collector's guards, and then strong claws were gripping his chains, tearing them apart with impossible strength. Did you really think, Sunrise's mental voice thundered, that we would let you take our speaker? Harry looked up into the golden eyes of the dragon who had been his first true friend in the magical world. Her scales gleamed with reflected firelight, and her 3 hatchlings, no longer babies, but juveniles with wingspan wider than Harry was tall, swooped through the chaos behind her. You came, Harry gasped. When you call, we come. Sunrise's mental voice was fierce with protective fury. Always. Now, can you stand? Harry forced his battered body upright. Through the smoke and flames, he could see the collector retreating toward a hidden passage, their ancient robes scorched and their black eyes blazing with rage. Don't let them escape. Harry shouted. But even as he spoke, he knew it was too late. The collector vanished into the shadows, and the passage sealed itself behind them with a grinding of stone. They were gone. The aftermath of the battle was chaos and triumph in equal measure. The coalition had succeeded in rescuing over 40 creatures from the collector's compound, including the runespore. The facility itself was in ruins, its defenses shattered, its staff scattered or captured. Corvinus Blackwood was in custody, his network exposed and dismantled. But the collector had escaped. We'll find them, Daphne promised, standing beside Harry as they watched the rescued creatures being transported to safety. They can't hide forever. They've been hiding for centuries, Harry pointed out. They're very good at it. But now they're wounded. Exposed. We know what they are, what they want. Daphne's pale eyes glittered with determination. This was just the opening battle. The war is far from over. Harry nodded slowly, watching as the runespore was carefully loaded into a specialized transport. The 3-headed serpent looked up at him, and he felt a pulse of gratitude through their faint connection. Thank you, young speaker, the middle head sent. You kept your promise. I always will, Harry replied. Rest now. You're safe. He turned away, scanning the battlefield for familiar faces. Newt and Tina were coordinating the evacuation of the most fragile creatures. Charlie Weasley was helping treat wounded dragons. Dr. Ionescu was moving among the rescued specimens, assessing injuries and prioritizing care. And above it all, Whisper circled in the sky, her wings trailing lightning, her mental voice a constant presence in Harry's mind. You did it, she sent. You freed them. We did it, Harry corrected. All of us together. Yes. Whisper's voice was warm with satisfaction. Together. 3 days later, Harry stood in the meadow of Newt's suitcase, saying goodbye. The rescued creatures had been distributed to sanctuaries around the world, the runespore to Brazil, the phoenixes to a secret reserve in the Himalayas, the others to wherever they would be safest. The coalition was dispersing, its members returning to their homes and their work, but ready to reassemble when called. And Harry was going to Hogwarts. It feels strange, he admitted to Newt, as they walked together through the enchanted landscape. After everything that's happened, going to school seems so ordinary. Ordinary can be exactly what you need right now, Newt replied. Time to recover, to process, to grow in ways that don't involve life or death battles. Will it ever be over? The war with the collector. Newt was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he shook his head. I don't know, Harry. What I do know is that you've already accomplished more than I ever imagined possible. You've built alliances between creatures that have never worked together before. You've exposed a threat that's been operating in shadows for centuries. You've shown the magical world what's possible when we treat creatures as partners instead of commodities. He stopped walking and turned to face Harry fully. Whatever happens with the collector, whatever battles lie ahead, you've already changed the world. Never forget that. Harry felt a lump form in his throat. I'll try not to. And remember, Hogwarts isn't just a place to hide from danger. It's a place to learn, to grow, to discover new aspects of yourself and your magic. Newt's eyes twinkled. Who knows? You might even make some friends your own age. Harry laughed despite himself. That would be a nice change. The Hogwarts Express was waiting at platform 9 3/4, gleaming scarlet in the morning light. Harry stood on the platform, his trunk at his feet and Hedwig in her cage, watching the chaos of students and parents preparing for the journey. In his pocket, hidden from casual view, Pocket the Niffler was curled up and sleeping. In his mind, the bonds with Whisper and Sunrise and the runespore hummed with reassuring warmth. He was ready. Harry. He turned to see Hermione Granger waving at him from a nearby carriage window. Neville Longbottom was visible behind her, looking slightly less nervous than he had when they'd first met. "Come on," Hermione called. "We saved you a seat." Harry smiled, a genuine smile, the first one in what felt like days, and picked up his trunk. Behind him, the magical world continued its complicated dance of politics and danger and hidden threats. The Collector was still out there, still planning, still gathering power for whatever dark purpose they had in mind. But for now, in this moment, Harry was just a boy going to school. He climbed aboard the train and found his way to the compartment where his friends were waiting. Hermione was already talking about the classes she was most excited for, and Neville was carefully tending to a small plant he'd brought with him. "What about you, Harry?" Hermione asked, as the train began to pull away from the platform. "What are you most looking forward to at Hogwarts?" Harry thought about the question. He thought about all the things Newt had told him about the school, all the possibilities that lay ahead. "Care of magical creatures," he said finally. "I have a feeling I'll be good at that." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "That's a third-year elective. We won't be able to take it for 2 years." "I know." Harry's smile widened slightly. "But I can wait." The train gathered speed, leaving London behind, heading north toward the Scottish Highlands. Toward Hogwarts. Toward whatever came next. Outside the window, if anyone had looked closely, they might have seen a distant shape in the sky, a great bird with feathers of gold and blue, wings trailing lightning, keeping pace with the train. Watching over her bonded. Waiting for his call. The castle emerged from the mist like something out of a dream. Harry had heard descriptions of Hogwarts, had read about its towers and turrets and magical architecture. But nothing had prepared him for the reality of it, the sheer scale, the overwhelming presence, the sense that he was looking at something ancient and powerful and alive. "It's beautiful," Hermione breathed beside him. "It's home," Harry said quietly. He didn't know why those words came out, but he knew they were true. For the first time since leaving the Scamanders, since leaving the suitcase and the creatures and the life he'd built, he felt like he was exactly where he was supposed to be. The boats carried them across the lake, and Harry felt the magic of the castle reaching out to greet him. Old magic, deep magic, the kind of power that accumulated over centuries of learning and growing and protecting those within its walls. And something else. A whisper, at the very edge of his awareness. A presence, hidden deep beneath the castle, waiting. Harry shivered. What was that? Whisper's voice echoed in his mind, distant but alert. "I don't know," Harry replied. "But I intend to find out." The boats reached the shore, and the first years climbed out. A giant of a man, Hagrid, Harry remembered from the letters Newt had sent, led them up the stone steps to the castle's massive front doors. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Hagrid said, his voice booming with warmth. Harry stepped across the threshold and felt the castle's magic wrap around him like a protective embrace. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever secrets were hidden in these ancient halls, he was ready to face them. The boy who lived had arrived. But more importantly, Harry Potter, Magizoologist, Beast Speaker, friend of creatures, and champion of the magical world's most vulnerable, had finally come home. The doors swung shut behind him, and the next chapter of his story began.